Yo, yo, yo! What's up, gamers? Uh, I lied.
Ah, yes. The exact perfect way to start off the new year. The exact
Fix it.
same as before.
Are we
All
good?
right, yeah, we're good. Go, go, go.
Yo, yo, yo! What's up, gamers? Welcome back to Swampmages Gaming. We are here, back in action with Plaguestone. Holidays, Christmas, streaming schedule got really messed up, but we are back in action. Thank you for your patience. Long time since we played, but in Plaguestone, we've investigated Bort's death, investigated the musclehead that bullied Dear Flea into killing Bort. We got, yeah, you don't remember any of this, do you?
Flea killing boards?
Flea was the one that put the poison in.
Finish.
Wasn't,
I mean,
it wasn't,
technically speaking, yes.
was it?
Technically, he killed that guy. I mean, yeah, he may not have been, the mastermind or anything. He thought he was just
Wait,
getting them
we're
sick,
talking about
but
Flea, our Flea?
oh,
or-
not Flea, Finnick.
Okay.
Sorry,
Finnick, the other
Finnick.
F guy.
the other one.
I was like, that's a major plot point that I missed.
Oh yeah, no, Flea killed the shit out of that guy.
I'm like,
Retcon.
I've been protecting this goblin.
I actually liked him.
I've been attached.
Top 10 ultimate anime betrayals.
Anyways,
About to swat that goblin like a fly.
helped a bunch of people in town. We've done a lot. We've come a long way. But the most recent one was the laboratory that you delved into, discovered the whereabouts of Vilry, and that she is most likely the mastermind amongst all of this chaos, and have returned back to Etran's Folly to heal your wounds, regather supplies, and check in on anything you have happening in town before heading out to Sprite's Cradle to confront Vilry. Been a while. Why don't we remind everybody what we're playing? Bloodraven. What you playing for this session?
I am playing Hethiel, the Elven Bard. I encourage my party with my musics while punishing my enemies with even louder musics.
All right. Gamma, what you playing?
Playing the lovable flea. Ferocious and tiny.
And apparently murderer of dwarves.
And murder of boards, yeah.
And murderer of dwarves. Curly, what you playing tonight?
Playing Rima, and I know that she's a cat, but it's been a long time, so I'm trying to remember what the hell else she does. She's
Everybody's friend.
Huh?
She's everybody's friend.
I am. Oh, she is everybody's friend. I forgot. Now she's also the founder of a church, because that's what we're doing now.
That's right.
And self-designated defender of Flea, because she likes that guy.
Yeah.
Nice. What about you, Vamron? What you playing?
I am playing Alexander, the soon-to-be one of the heroes of Edrin's Folly.
He can highly of himself these days, huh?
These days?
These
days?
Something
I've been this way since go.
And I know y'all see our beautiful Wolfie in the lobby there. He's just our resident creeper, as so many of our viewers are.
But we love our creepers.
But we love our creepers, so creep on.
Just enjoying the show.
Blurry kitty.
It's so weird with the blur background because it's just like random, like a blob, and just a feline head appears.
Well, I feel like it's a great alternative
Ghost.
to her showing her literal butthole to everybody. So
You know,
nobody wants to see that.
no.
I live with 3 of them, and
Somebody
it's still
wants
not
to
okay.
see that. Somebody does.
Don't be raunchy.
And
You know, I'm-
unfortunately, that's the world we live in. Okay.
Whoa.
Rule what? If
Uh,
it exists.
It's
34.
raunchy and a felony.
Yeah. Rule 34. That's all. I'll just leave it at
Maybe
that.
it's 32. I don't know. It's
I don't
30
know.
something.
It's
no.
one of them rules.
How the hell did we get on Rule 34?
Oh, yeah, we got there. It gets there.
Why? Why did we go to Rule 34 already?
I mean,
we
whatever.
just started.
We just jumped there. we're 10 minutes in, guys. We're doing great. Anyways.
Just gonna point out the adult content thing.
Yeah, we got it.
Mature audiences only.
Mature audiences only.
How are we 15
We are
minutes in
100%
early for the chart?
aware that we are not for all audiences. We are not for most. We are not for. We're for like 3 audiences. We accept that.
We're for that audience right there, and we're here for you guys. Okay.
Just for you.
Anyways, back to Pathfinder rules. I'm gonna be jacked up this whole campaign, but we're gonna have fun with this train wreck. So let's get into it.
I think, if anything, we're almost at the station.
Let's see here. So where we left off, I remember Alexander was drinking his sorrows at the bar.
Yep.
Halathiel was going to check on him. Rima
Yep.
was going to check on the church, I believe.
Yeah.
And Flea was cannot remember.
He was all alone, so he figured he'd follow the elf and see what he could learn.
Okay. Okay.
Terrible idea.
Well,
Not you.
well, who would like to start it off? Who'd like to kick it off? Anybody?
I'll go
I was
first.
like,
All right.
one of them, I'm remembering everything that actually happened that put me in that state.
Yeah, you go for it, dude.
So yeah, I followed out. I can't remember her name. She was the
It's kind of like Noala.
Noala.
There you
That's
go.
right.
Kind of like koala. It's stuck finally.
No, I followed Noala out to. She said that she could be found just outside of town. I believe.
Just outside town or around town, gathering supplies.
Yep, and I figured I'd see what she was offering as far as the way of teachings.
Yeah. So, do you approach her, or are you just kind of following creepily, or like what's the plan on this?
Well, Flea will definitely keep his eye out for mean bugbears because we've seen bugbears, right? Bugbears?
Oh, yeah. No, you haven't.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, you have not. No. You've seen one though.
Probably 2, as a
Yeah.
matter of fact. But yeah, I'll follow her around a little bit. If she doesn't acknowledge me, I'll give her old pant leg a tug. And...
Oh yes. Flea, was it?
Yeah.
Well, what can I help you with?
Well, you're offered to teach me something, so ta-da!
Well, I can teach you the ways of the ranger if you would like, or possibly increase your understanding of surviving in nature if you have the aptitude to learn it.
Okay. I know a little bit.
Okay. Sure. Well, come with me.
Dee.
And that's pretty much gonna be days if you actually want to do that. Which y'all are in town for 4 days, so you've got time. But
Yep.
Cool. Where's my book? Hang on. I'm not going to show you all my belly button today.
I want to see it.
Damn.
See if you finally got that same little patch of lint. It was blue.
Most of my shirts are blue, so it probably.
It's most likely blue
So
lint.
there may be lint there, but I promise it's not the same lint. It's new lint.
Okay, I threw a dart at the wall and hit the color. I didn't.
Wasn't trying.
What dang? It just happened.
Damn, I wasn't trying to call you out, man.
Looks like I have lost all of my notes for this campaign.
Aren't you just bragging like 15 minutes ago about how good you had gotten at notes?
Yeah, but also
been-
I have gotten good.
He's
but
got good
I've-
at them. He's been slacking
still-
in the finding department.
Look, I have rearranged many things in my office, and the notebooks were part of that rearrangement. So
That's a terrible idea every time.
yeah, it was. Which all of my new notebooks I can find perfectly fine. It's my old notebooks that I am having issues with. I might be winging it.
Yeah.
That's why you
I
need a
wanna
cricket.
fly like an eagle.
Oh, we have one now. Uh-huh.
See? You could label them.
Yes. All right, I'm going to check this one last time. All right, winging it is. It's that kind of night, guys. Let's do it. Okay. Rima.
What?
You were going to go check in on Edgar at the
Is that
church?
his name?
Yeah, sure. It is today.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can't find my
thought it
notebook. Oh, wait. No, that's not it.
He got all excited.
It's on
So,
paper.
Wait, oh.
Oh.
Yes.
I lied. Y'all see my belly.
Yeah.
No belly button shirts long enough.
Oh, he's pushing it.
It's going. It's going, guys.
Nope, that's it. It's gone. It's gone
Ouch.
forever.
Kneecaps.
Died. All right.
Yeah, I'm just going to check in. I know you said that we actually had like a follower, some church members,
Ah, yes.
or
Yes.
one.
Yeah, we actually got like 2 or 3 more followers now. I honestly think if we can get this church built the rest of the way, that we'll be we can really make a change in this town.
Cool. And I'm gonna ask. Well, I'm here for a few days. What do you guys need help with?
I
What
mean,
can I do?
honestly, I've got most of the material set and ready to go. I just kind of need your help on some of the finer details on the layout. If you could help me out for 3 or 4 days, we can probably get this thing up and running.
Build a church, buddy.
Well, let's do it. And yeah,
So I guess I'm spending 4 days building a church
cool.
to Ashava.
Ashava. I was hoping you would have it.
Yeah, I bookmarked her tab, her like information, where I get all the information about her from. I bookmarked it, and that's what it says at the top. So I don't forget
Nice.
anymore.
Nice.
Like an adult.
Like an adult. I role play as one of those sometimes.
Don't look at me like that, Gamma. I'm a big kid.
I'm a
He's
big kid now.
This is driving me crazy. Anyway,
I'm
yeah. Okay. What about you guys, Alexander and Halathio?
After I spent some time hanging out with him to try and get him in, his feelings out of the toilet, I was actually gonna go visit that elf chick and learn some stuff too.
Okay. Well,
Oh wait, no, I was gonna do that later. Never mind.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Haven't decided yet. I'm
all
sure
right.
it's gonna be spectacular. Let's see. Downtime options. 4 days worth.
I mean, right now I thought you were hanging out with Alexander to see what was going on with him.
Yeah, we did that last session.
Oh yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Sort of.
We did?
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
did.
hung out at the bar for a little bit. You know, I was like, "I'm here for you, bro," and you're like, "That's cool." And then we drank.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Ironically, I can't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday, but I do remember our conversations.
I can remember what I had for breakfast yesterday.
Good on you.
Is it because you have the same thing every day?
Yes.
Coffee and depression.
But I didn't think I was I didn't think I'd be spending 4 days
Breakfast
trying to
of
cheer
champions.
this guy up. I'm pretty sure it would last maybe
So
20 minutes.
Alright.
Depends on how invested you are in his mental health.
Alexander. So I do remember it now. I really do. Pretty much, Halathiel came up, was like, "Hey, are you okay?" And you're like, "Yeah, just working through some stuff." And he was like,
Cool story, bro.
"Well, he was like, he did kind of lean towards like something you need to talk about," and you were kind of like, "Don't really want to." And
And it just clicked in my head.
yeah, and
Y'all sat there in companionable silence.
And then y'all sat there for like 20 minutes and drank silently. And he was like, "Well, if you need anything, I'm here for you, bud." And oh yeah, he mentioned you were there for me once when I was down. I just wanted to come check in on you, and you were like, eh. And then y'all drank silently for a little bit, and then that was it.
Yep.
So yeah, I know day one I get day drunk
Okay,
and most likely sleep at the bar.
not in the room above the bar.
Not in the bar. No, like I get day drunk.
Oh, okay. Surprisingly enough, you kind of fit in. You know, they, even with your feline appearance, you know, they don't really question the whole people sleeping in the bar that much, so long as they don't cause damage. So,
Pussycat.
a random drunk farmer might pet you every now and again, but you know,
I'm okay with it at this point in my life.
I just accept what comfort I can get.
I'm okay with random ear scratches.
Oh yes, Alexander the emo cat.
Yeah.
Meow.
And then day two, I had a plan for this. Believe it or not, I did actually have a plan for this, but I don't remember what that plan was anymore.
that plan came together a long time ago.
Yeah,
We've slept many days since then.
we have.
You guys sleep?
So you didn't.
Yeah,
Um,
never for long.
I think I'm just gonna go and just kind of go rest up, prepare, just double and triple check our supplies, see if for some reason anything new got added into the feed mill, like potion wise, more or less.
Since it's downtime, I won't RP it because we'll try and kind of burn through downtime. No new inventory at all.
Inventory.
No new inventory. In fact, y'all notice that no new people have come to this town or left this town since y'all have been here. When they said that caravans and trade came through sporadically, they meant it. So, potions are gone. There's still the striking the striking rune, the one that is a expendable item, not the one that can be attached to a fucking weapon to make it better
like
forever.
The power crystal.
Yeah, it's the one that can. It's a one-time use kind of deal. That's
Yeah.
still there. Health potions are gone. Y'all bought them out of anti-venoms and anti-plagues.
Yep.
However, they do still have any common inventory that you would want.
Um. Yeah. Honestly, I'll probably just go like just for a few days, just kind of walk around, check on my companions, see if they need any help with anything in particular. Yeah, just really just kind of prepare myself.
Okay,
That's really about it.
fair enough. While Blood is figuring out his downtime.
I think I have what I want to do.
Okay.
But it's hard for me to say because I don't remember all the details of like where we're going, if we know exactly where it's at, and all kinds of crap. That affects
Y'all have a map. Y'all know exactly where it's at. You know it is a 8-hour travel on foot, 5 hours on horse.
And do we ever discuss on how we were gonna deal with it?
Negative. Y'all, Alexander, I believe, asked around town. He asked the mayor about Villery and Sprite's Cradle. The mayor, no, he was going to ask the mayor. He did not.
Oh, I thought I did. I
You
did
said
that
you were
already.
going to, but you did not.
Yeah, cause I could have swore he said that he didn't really know anything about it.
He didn't know anything about Sprite's Cradle. No, that was the first time when you were asking about the place up north, the mountains.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry then, because I thought I already asked that question.
No, you
I'm
asked
sorry.
him about the place up in the mountains, whether that could be running refuse out. You never asked him about Villery or the or Sprite's Cradle.
Okay, then yeah, I will definitely ask him about that because honestly I thought I did already.
Okay.
One of
Once
the things
again,
I was thinking about doing was scheming for an upcoming adventure, using my downtime to prepare for our excursion there. Basically, what I would be doing during my downtime is doing research, gathering supplies, whatever, spending a resource of like time, influence, whatever, to prepare for this adventure. Each day would give me a +2 bonus to a check, up to a maximum of +6. That's why I was like, I don't really know if we're gonna try and sneak in this place or if we're just gonna go balls to the wall, jump in deep down. I really don't know what we're doing. So,
well, he was going to ask. Talk to the mayor pretty early on, so see what information he can get out of him. Then you might have a better idea of to what check you might want, and what items you may need.
Is he still gonna do that, or is that just sitting on the table right now?
No, I mean he just said that he was going to do that.
Yeah, I was going to do that. I thought I already did do that.
Yeah, he thought he had already done it.
All right, so he's gonna spend his first day going and talking to him. Huh?
Well, technically, his first day was done day drinking.
Yeah.
Cool. My first day, I'm going to spend that day of downtime promoting for the new local church.
It's a good man.
To increase her follower count.
Of a Shava. I love that name. All right. Once again, downtime. I'm gonna try and burn through it. So essentially, when you ask about Sprite,
I can either promote. So there's another one I could do for.
hang on, bud. I'm gonna do cams real quick.
Go ahead.
When you ask him about Sprite's Cradle, he knows nothing of anything called Sprite's Cradle. If you spend the time to actually show him where it's at on the map, he'll tell you that it was an old abandoned fort, hasn't been used in ages.
An abandoned fort.
Yes, it had big giant gates, a watchtower. But it hasn't been used since the Goblin Wars.
I mean, I don't have the skill that I know would definitely help in this area, but is there anything I do to maybe figure out if there's like a back entrance or like an escape route that would have led out from the fort that we could possibly use, or maybe like its general location where it would logically make sense to put one?
It doesn't seem that way. Hang on, let me look at it. That's not it. He tells you that the fort was actually it's actually built in a canyon. It's why it was it was a very popular point during the war, because it couldn't actually be breached. The hills were so high on either side, and there was a gate that literally spanned the canyon expanses on either side.
Okay, so it was a very defensive fort, not offensive fort.
Correct. It was meant to keep them from coming up from behind our soldiers.
Gotcha.
And when you ask about Vilry, he says, I do remember a small, a very young girl ages ago. It was during the plague. Her mother, unfortunately, her mother was a healer in town. Unfortunately, she caught the plague and passed on. I think the girl's name was Vilry. I'm pretty sure. I've got a pretty good memory of these things. Don't remember what happened to her, though. It's almost like one day she just disappeared.
Was she like elf, human, halfling?
He's thinking really hard.
And he's an old man. It takes time. I get it.
She was a carbonated soda.
I remember her having elf features for sure, but I can't remember if she was elf or half elf. But she was of elven nature.
Okay. All right, then once again, just still do the very polite thing and just hang out with him for a bit more. Drink a spot of tea.
Yeah, he's crotchety as shit. But he does seem to genuinely enjoy the company, especially people asking about, the history. So,
my man said a spot of tea.
And knowing that information, there is a few things I want to buy.
okay. All right. So that's all the information that you're able to gather. Blood, does that give you anything you want to any things you want to prepare with for?
Well, I'd need to know what he had gathered first, so
I'm assuming that he would tell you,
Yeah,
but I am assuming.
I will tell you. In fact, I'll tell everybody.
Yeah.
So there's
Because just because you're on downtime doesn't mean y'all like have no contact with each other during this. I mean,
Right,
technically,
right.
I'm certain y'all would meet up in the evenings and talk about, what's going on. Flea might not.
That would
but
take 2 days for him to be able to relay that information to me.
That would be on your second day. I will let you use your second day of downtime for preparations if you would like.
All right. So I need to spend a little time talking with him. So it's in a valley, and there's a gate blocking the entrance, and the hills block you from coming in the other way.
Well, from what he's said, and most likely he hasn't been there in quite a few years. Yes, it was an old fort that is nestled into a valley. Looking at the map, is this like mountain valley or like hill valley?
Very more along the lines of mountainous.
Okay.
Not quite a mountain, but really close.
Like sheer cliffs.
Yes. It's steep slope, not sheer cliffs. I think.
So
how do you think we should go about this?
Me personally, small force like us, go scale the walls as if they're not manned.
So
that way we can go get
a little subterfuge, or more like infiltrate.
Infiltrate as far as we can, because I'm pretty sure once we make noise, we're making a lot of noise. But get as deep as we can before that happens. Because
so we should probably prepare for this, like getting climbing gear and maybe cloaks.
Okay, it is cliff sides. In fact, when you
sides.
it is cliff sides, yes.
Well, I was going to go get a couple of grappling hooks. I have plenty of rope. Go tie a couple of grappling hooks, scale the walls as quiet as we can. On this map, is the wall go all the way around it, or does the cliff act like part of the walls?
It's actually from the best you can tell, it is a
So I'm asking a lot of questions. I just need
no,
to know how I'm actually.
It's cool. It looks like it's at the foothills at the edge of the Five Kings Mountains. It looks like it's actually like a set of valleys, and it's in one of the valleys.
Well, I just didn't know if they just used the natural
yes
cliffside as part of the wall, or if they actually built walls.
You wouldn't be able to tell from the map.
Okay.
From what he told you, he doesn't remember the actual fort itself. He just remembered the grand palisade that was essentially built wall to wall. It was built into the wall on one side and into the wall on the other.
Okay. So, going back to you, Halathiel.
All right.
So yes, we could go scale the walls, get in, try and get inside. Most likely, the main hall, which would most likely legitimately make sense being in the very back.
So we can prepare for an infiltration. We can get gear and prepare spells, and maybe do some practice runs to help get us into the mindset to sneak instead of bash. However,
yes.
Do you think that perhaps they're in a blighted area, like we might have to deal with some aggressive vegetation?
Most likely, it depends on, because we have a few days to prepare. But she most likely knows that her other base got attacked, so she also has that time to prepare.
So perhaps we should get something like get some alchemist fire stockpiled and ready to deal with these voracious plants.
Alchemist fire, maybe some acid.
Perhaps
In case you need to,
lantern
like-
oil for a cheaper substitute of alchemy fire. Very well. I think I'm going to spend my time getting as much prepared for this adventure as possible. Because, quite frankly, I don't like the idea of going into this one blind.
No, not at
Our
all.
foes have been quite tenacious thus far.
Yeah, I'll go also start getting a few supplies I think we'll need. And just getting everything as ready as we can.
Alright, so Palathiel and Alexander are going to chit-chat some more, then go our ways and start getting prepared for this DM.
Cool. For Flea, it's pretty easy. What is your current proficiency level in survival?
Trained.
Trained was the next level.
Expert.
Expert. Okay, give me a.
With assurance on survival, if that matters to you.
Not really.
Tenfold.
Go ahead and give me 4 survival checks.
Okay. 15, 15, 15, and 15.
So 15?
Yeah.
What?
Assurance.
Oh, okay.
I can take 10 on survival.
Oh, well, that didn't matter to me, so there it is. Yes, you now you took on to the training very well, and you can move your survival up to expert.
Yes.
Rima.
Yeah.
You have now effectively spent like 15 days of downtime on this church.
Yeah.
What is your proficiency for spellcasting? What is it based off of? How does it work in Pathfinder? Do you get proficiency bonus, or is it?
I know that there's a proficiency to your class DC. So let's see. Yes, there is proficiency.
And what is it based off of? Is it just spell proficiency?
It appears to be. Give me half a sec. And I'll look. Where is my die? 2E.
While she's looking that up, while y'all are having the conversation about prepping to take this fort, I couldn't help but think about Game of Thrones. Give me a few good men and some climbing spikes. Aight.
They probably be really good men.
That's right.
Morgan spells have their own proficiency. Like it's just your it's spell proficiency, an attack proficiency, and a DC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well then, I will say for sure your religion was going to go up 1. So if you're trained, go to expert. If you're expert, go to the next level up.
Okay.
And as an offering from one of your new followers, a ring will be offered. Sorry, a amulet will be offered to the church, found by it is a necklace of Ashava,
Okay.
and it will give you a +1 on your spell proficiency. I don't know how to do that, so you may have to just make that a static thing, or but
Not
yeah,
a, not
it will
bad.
give you a +1 on your spell proficiencies.
Thanks.
No rolls required because that was a lot of time.
Told you I was building a church.
It worked, and it is built, and it is fully functional at the end of your downtime.
Yay.
Uh,
I high five Edwin or Edgin or whatever his name is and say, dude, we made a church.
We built a church, bro. And specific supplies? Any specific supplies y'all are
yes.
looking for?
I would like to get 2 grappling hooks, crowbar, and a set of thieves tools.
Okay. What's the total on all that?
Total is, let's see, 5 silver, 7 silver.
Just want to toss out the thieves' tools thing. I'm pretty sure I already have those.
Doesn't hurt to have more than one.
3
Yeah.
gold, 7 silver. Total.
3 gold, 7 silver, make it even 4 gold.
All right.
You guys have made a good name for yourself here.
I do not actually.
Pick me.
What?
Okay, so is he buying stuff?
Yeah.
After the point where I'm doing the, I've done my checks and returned to the group.
I don't know. When were you buying stuff?
Well, I'm talking about
Alexander.
him. Yeah.
It probably would have been the same day I talked to him and told everybody kind of everything and what I was planning on purchasing to help ease things.
So day 2.
10-4, so I'm still in the woods at that point. Gotcha.
Technically, you can come back to town and your training is not in the woods the whole time. She's just showing you different berries and teaching you about different wildlife, some of which you already knew. So she was able to move faster and teach you about other stuff. And then you could go back at the end of the day. It's just,
All right.
pretty much treks through the woods.
I'm following the cat man around. What are you doing?
Well, I'd imagine that it would be all 3 of us then.
Yeah, probably all of y'all at this point.
What are y'all doing?
Oh,
Getting
Flea,
things
we're
ready.
gonna go shopping for gear for this adventure we're going on.
Okay. What you getting?
I'm gonna go find us some black cloaks and gear to help us be sneaky. And I think he's gonna handle the climbing aspect.
Sneaky and climbing?
Yes.
Do you have a rope?
We have ropes.
Do have rope.
How many ropes?
I have
I got
50 foot.
I got 50 foot that I was about to, when we got there, cut into 225s.
How long is that if it's knotted up so we can climb it better?
Don't know in Pathfinder, but it's usually cuts the rope in half.
So, how far are we climbing?
That is a good question, Fred Fleet.
That's
I don't know how
I
tall
think
the
we're
walls
gonna
are.
get to that point when we actually see the walls.
Okay.
Perhaps it'd be prevalent if we just get the 50 foot of rope and then knot it up to make it easier to climb. And just get more rope. I think Flea's got a good point there.
Oh, absolutely.
So I'm plotting on 200 foot of rope. Silk rope, because that shit's
Ooh.
heavy. If they've
Ooh.
got it in town, I don't know. So you tell me.
don't know if silk rope is common or not. Is that under the common quality? Common goods?
No idea. He's got.
It
the
is
book.
not.
It is not. Then
It's
no,
just rope.
Gonna be a good negative on that 10, foe.
It's gonna be heavy ass rope.
Heavy ass rope. What does that shit weigh? 1 bulk? Negligible bulk?
Rope is light.
so it takes 10 of them to equal 1.
Oh,
So, and I think 50 foot is light. So,
Right.
200 foot is still technically
You're
for
not even
light.
at. I'll say
You're
you're not
s-
even at half a bulk.
You're not even at half a bulk.
so when we go on this mission, just know Flea looks like a yarn ball going out there.
He's
I
holding
was thinking, I'm like
the
rope,
largest knot
rope.
of rope.
You guys like my new armor?
That's right.
This will represent Flea going out into the woods.
that is your token. That's your miniature right
Just green ball of yarn.
there.
All right, so I owe you 4 money if you'll allow that.
Or silver
Gold.
or gold.
Yeah, it's a gold per 50 foot.
Gold per 50 foot.
No,
It'll actually
it's 5 silver.
it's
Is it?
five
Yeah,
five
5 silver,
silver.
bub.
So 2 gold and 3 silver will be your cost.
Okay. Not gonna argue with that. No, not at all.
You guys have done great things for this town. You built a whole freaking church. You've solving murders and cleaning the water and all sorts of good stuff. And one of you is banging the salesman. So
Sweet
Was it
discounts.
you get good prices.
Did Flea do it? Oh, my cheers.
Just Rima. It's all part of her plan to build the church.
Halathiel, what would you like to acquire?
I'm gonna get some black cloaks.
I'm sure those are silver as well.
Okay.
But what you're using your influence and your downtime for this, I do not know how that works. Do you get half price? You get it for free? What does the rules say on that?
Pretty much, if you're talking about influence, influence is a resource that is expended. I don't know about how it would translate to discount.
What is your influence?
I'm banging the shopkeeper.
No, there's actually an influence stat on your character sheet. Is there not?
No, there's a society. They influence maybe a subset of another skill.
Just for time's sake, anything, just cut half book cost, half price on whatever you're getting.
So it'd be 5 coppers a cloak.
Yeah.
All right. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4 cloaks. So 2 silver there. And this place has like next to no caster types at all. Trying to think of what else I could do to help us with some stealth elements. Oh, I need to get some casks of oil.
You can get some turnips to kind of rub on yourselves
I love turnips.
so that you can smell like turnips. Cover your scent.
I do need flask of oil.
Okay.
Be sure nothing will eat you.
Flask oil
Covered
is
in
no
dirt.
problems. She got plenty.
I don't know what the cost is.
I don't either.
Yes.
What's the cost on flask oil?
1 SP.
And does she have any bottles of alchemy fire?
Negative.
Cool. She has reagents though, yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna buy some reagents to craft some alchemy fire.
You actually sold her reagents for the alchemist fire.
Well, for the oil thing, 1 pint of oil is a copper.
How many pints would be in a cask or a flask? You know.
I mean, like a flask.
I
is
said there's
generally
two
a
different
pint.
things.
Yeah,
A flask is this
like-
big. A cask
Well,
is
actually,
here.
a cask of oil is about yay tall.
Yeah,
And
but I
about
said
that
a
big
flask
around.
is like a pint.
So like
Oh, you said a flask. My bad.
yeah, so like how many would you say what? That's probably 2 pints for a to a cask.
Either 2 or 4, because I mean, you got to think like a
That's a
cask
quart.
would
That's
probably
about
be
a quart.
I'll say it would be probably somewhere between like a quart and a half gallon.
Yeah.
Think about it in terms of milk.
Yeah. So let's say
How many pints are in a gallon?
Yeah, how many pints
are in a gallon?
Yeah.
8?
Google.
I'm working on it.
The math.
There are 8 pints in a gallon.
Math are good.
All right.
Math
So
are good.
let's say so every 4 pints you can have a cask.
Okay, so I'm gonna buy 4 casks. So
Alright.
that's 4 copper times 4.
That's 12 copper.
That is
12 copper, so that's a silver and 2
That's
copper.
16 copper. That's 16 copper.
16 copper.
That's so 1 silver, 6 copper.
And my discount?
So half that. So 8 copper.
We're just gonna give her a silver because I like her.
We're gonna give it you.
Mostly because I don't want to have to break silver down into copper.
She's pretty much giving this to you at price. What the price that she bought it for.
Right. And
with like a copper markup so that she
I'm gonna buy
doesn't
enough
hate herself.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy enough reagents from her to make 4 alchemy fire. So whatever that's gonna cost me.
Let's see what the cost of alchemy fire is. I'm assuming lesser alchemy fire.
Yes, lesser alchemy fire because
3 gold a pop.
3 gold a
much?
pop
3 gold.
3 gold a pop. That's for the potion itself.
for the potion itself, and you're trying to get how many of them?
I'm trying to get enough for 4. And since I'm crafting, it's 50% of the cost.
It's 50% off, and then you get 50% off of that. So
free.
3 gold a pop. So 4 of them, 4, 5, 7, 8, and that's 12 gold. Cut in half is 6 gold. Cut in half again is 3 gold.
Done.
The 50% is on stack, so she just gives it to you. Just
I
like,
want you to know though, crafting takes 4 days.
Takes 4 days.
Yes, because you craft a batch.
I'm actually curious on that because I didn't think it was a magic item.
You can check me on it.
Yeah.
That is one rule I actually do know very well because me and Wolf work very extensively on crafting.
I thought he was making magical items though.
No, the freaking lesser potions of life that y'all have was spent out of 4 days of his 8 days of downtime, and he could make a batch in 4 days.
Yeah, crafting's a process.
Yes.
I mean, it should be.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense.
So it's actually a week, or you can make checks to speed up the process. To use the downtime system.
Yes.
Yeah.
But once again, it's part of the downtime system.
Right.
So,
and I've only got 2 more days of it.
You've only got 2 days left.
Well,
now,
sir,
if you would like to make extreme checks, I'll give you a chance to craft it. I mean, for the money cost in 2 days, but they're going to be hard checks, and honestly, for the minuscule amount that you're spending, it's probably not that bad an idea, actually.
Yellow, go for it.
Yeah.
I've already deducted it. Give me the stuff.
All right, go ahead and give me 2 craft checks because you only have 2 days.
Alright, craft check.
See this beautiful beam footage.
You
That
flubbed
was-
your first half of your materials
Hell yeah.
and was able to salvage a little bit of the first half of materials and make 3 lesser alchemist fire.
Okay. That'll work.
The thing has been
And
done.
then, of course, the first day I spent advertising for the new church where I was playing hymns. I got with Rima, and she told me some of the hymns of her religion, and I was outside singing and trying to attract people to come to her church. So that would be my 4 days.
So there we go. You're done. Rima's done. Please done. And Vamron, anything for you?
No, that was really about it. Just one thing, just going, prepping, and just checking on everybody. Just see if I can help in any sort of way.
So I have to ask one thing, DM.
Oh, yeah.
What would be our bonuses for our stealth and our athletics climb checks? Since we spent some time preparing for the adventure.
I mean, I don't think I tell you that. I think that's kind of,
I mean, it is DM's discretion, but
that's kind of like
the roll. We're gonna need to know what our bonus is.
I'm supposed to tell you you feel +2 stronger. I mean,
Yes.
you feel plus.
You feel 3 more sneaky.
I can't tell you that, homie. Like,
Sneak increase to level 25. Hell yeah.
You RP it out. I think of the modifier and you roll with it. And that's
Do it.
I just see the Skyrim thing. Just sneak to
Right.
25 now.
yeah. But
popped up above all of our heads. Ah, nice.
I do like the preparation, and that will be taken into consideration, of course.
Just saying, it was a downtime option I was reading up on, and it just says that the DM will decide if you've approached a reasonable setup of it, and you would get a bonus if he decides to give you one for your preparations. For example, you spend 1 day of downtime at 1 point of goods to gain an excellent understanding of liveried servants, and get an add 2 to your disguise check for disguising yourself as a servant.
Well, I will tell you that you have gained a bonus.
Okay.
I can tell you that much. I can't tell you how big a bonus, but
bonus.
You have gained a bonus, yes. Because, y'all have prepared, which is good. Speaking of prepared, I've got to go take care of something that will take me approximately 2 minutes. So, during that time, y'all are about to head out to Sprite's Cradle. It's 8 hours on foot, 5 hours with horses. I guess decide what time of day y'all want to leave, stuff like that.
Well,
I'll be right back.
Do we want to get there in the evening, or do we still want some daylight left?
I personally would be okay with infiltrating at night.
Rather than walk there during the day, take a nap, and then be sneaky at dark.
I agree. Speaking of sneaky, here's your cloaks, and I give everybody a cloak.
Well, so my idea is we go get the horses, get there in less time, scout, and then wait until nightfall.
Do you have a horse?
There's a stable.
How much are those?
I don't know, but
Well,
these two
we
have
can
been
cover
fucking
it.
people since we got here. I'm sure we can probably get a discount on them.
Probably.
Okay.
I feel confident that one of them has slung enough pipe to earn us a discount on horses.
No, this chick's really into horses. None of us had a chance.
When we're done with horses, can we eat them?
No, I'm not eating the horses.
I wonder
We gotta get back.
I could impress her with my knowledge of animals.
I'll say, unless you have 4 legs and can weenie really good, I don't think that's the only thing that is going to impress her.
I might be able to pull that off.
got them bard skills. I don't know how they translate to horse
Call.
barding, but
See what
Horse
she did there?
I see what you did there. So DM, we have a. Are we all in agreement?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
we get horses, we eat horses.
no,
Delicious.
we're not eating the horses.
I mean, can we eat them
Are
after
you
we
hungry,
get there?
Flea?
No,
No?
Do you need food?
we gotta get
No.
back.
I mean, we could
Well,
walk
we can go
back.
hunt
There's
you
no
a
rush
swallow.
coming back.
We're not eating this woman's horses.
She won't know.
Yes, she will.
Really sure she will. If anyone was going to know, it'd be her.
The
Yes,
bees ate it.
I think.
I mean, we'll weave some tragic tale of how they heroically led us into battle and died on the way there, and it'll all be good.
I
It'll
feel
wash
like
out.
they would milk us if that happened. And then run back to her.
I mean, it's a lie.
Somebody feeds
It's a
his dog.
story.
He's trying to eat everything.
Here, have a Snickers or something. Shit.
You're not human. You're hungry.
Blame it on the bugbears.
The bugbears ate them.
Oh my goodness! You know that bear in the rosemary bush? He got real hungry. I don't know what to tell you.
So,
Mar.
our plan is to go rent the horses, go up there, scout it out, wait till nightfall, infiltrate.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to give everybody a flask of oil, and I'm going to give Flea and Alexander a lesser alchemy fire. In case we have to deal with ferocious plants, we can burn them down.
Yeah.
Nice.
Karasa plants.
And I also gave everyone a black cloak.
I put my black cloak on and get blacker.
That's it. Dark as night.
It's already dark
Embrace
at
the
night.
darkness.
I am one with the dark.
I'm
I
now
was
wearing
born
a
of
massive
this.
cloak. I'm now wearing a massive cloak.
No, I got one in your size. I kept you in mind.
Just try not to cut yourself
It,
all
it
You
was
needed
a,
a
it
match.
was a child size black cloak, but
You needed a massive cloak to go over all that freaking rope.
right.
Now it looks like a
now
walking
you're-
black boulder.
yeah, black boulder.
I also give each of them a lesser alchemist fire. I'm like, oh yeah, I had that.
Oh, you had some of those.
Yeah.
I didn't realize when I was slaving over an alchemy kit to get this done in 2 days.
Didn't ask.
Didn't think to ask. Because, I mean, we fought ferocious plants before and no one brought up the alchemy fire.
I
Fire!
really wasn't sure what it did.
What
But
it
if you
does
think
is
it's helpful here.
it frustrates
it's great. That only
Collateral.
cost me 3 gold in reagents and 2 sleepless nights of grinding into a grindstone.
And now we have 4.
But think about how much better you feel about knowing you created something.
I mean, I create love every day. It doesn't change anything.
You have a
But
That's a
baby?
terrible outlook.
But you can touch this one.
I touch those too.
Ooh,
Went into dark places.
not for all audiences.
Not for me.
Okay.
Anyhow, it's
So
fine.
who are you renting these horses from?
We are going to
Stable
go
chick.
and
Yeah,
try
from
and
the stable chick.
serenade the stable chick to let us
forgot her
borrow
name.
4
I
horses.
cannot remember her name, and I loved her name, and it's driving me crazy that I don't have my notes. I should be able to find her though.
She wasn't a player handout?
Idra.
Yeah.
So, and she is, yes, she's the halfling,
Yeah.
the halfling stable hand. So, yes, is there something I can help you with?
Pokemon.
Yes, we would like to rent 4 horses, please.
Ooh, The only horses here right now actually belong to the caravan, to Tamlin. I can't really rent them out without her permission. You should probably talk to her about that.
Oh,
Okay.
that'll be infinitely easier. Just turn around and walk out.
Mention the Rosemary. She'll probably cut you a discount.
You scared me with that. Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
I was like, crap. They're already rented out. Shit. Now we gotta go kill the guys who rented them out.
Tamlin,
And eat them.
Yeah, you do.
Let's say feed them for free so he doesn't starve to death.
Yeah.
Toss a horse to your goblin, oh lady of ponies.
Oh, Alex. Yeah, Alex. What's up? You found Bort's killer?
we found the person truly behind all of this.
Well, that's great news.
But I have a favor to ask.
What do you need?
Need to borrow the horses.
Take them. You mean to go and get his killer, right?
Yes, we're gonna go kill the killer.
Take them.
Tamlin, I have another question to ask, actually.
What?
Do you want us to bring this person back alive?
Dead, alive, doesn't matter to me as long. I mean,
So a severed head is acceptable.
just knowing that they're dead is enough for me. If I have to kill them myself, then yeah, you can bring them back alive if you want to.
I mean,
I mean,
we can try.
It's usually easier to not bring them back alive.
I'm not a
agree
killer.
with
I'm not
Reba.
looking. I'm not looking to exact vengeance for Bort. I just need to know that vengeance is served. But
Fair enough.
Elaine and Alexander, you're way easier than the stable hand.
I'll tell Idra immediately. Here, I'll come with you. Sure.
I was legitimately concerned I was going to have to pretend to be a horse. When she said ask the caravan, I'm like, done, we got this. Yes, horses.
Horses, so easy.
So yeah, we'll go and get her permission. And
Yep. Yeah, Tamlin will walk right up to Idra and say, "Hey, these guys are borrowing the horses," and Idra just nods and starts getting them ready for you guys.
all right.
Good thing y'all saved those horses, huh?
Yeah.
Agreed.
Glad we did
She's
that
out
side
there
quest.
The only horses in town.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, not the only ones in town, just the only ones here. But
All right.
All right, so we saddle up. We're gonna ride out
Saddle up
and then spend like the afternoon scouting the area, and then we're gonna kind of go in at night, I believe, and do the actual infiltration.
Yeah, we like to penetrate in the dark.
hit,
I do like penetrating in the dark.
hit.
hopefully
All right.
nothing goes awry.
That is always the plan.
I
Well,
like a good rye.
so y'all are headed out, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so. Our plan's to ride during the day and, like I said, do a little bit of scouting and infiltrate under guise of darkness.
Well, it is quite the long ride. It is 20 miles away from Etran's Folly. Once again at the foothills, at the edge of the Five Kings Mountains. I've already got that. Let's move that.
Loading.
And we'll start with Halathiel because he is the eyes of the stream. We'll go with
I
Rama.
need eyeballs.
I would go with Alexander, but he always has to be last. So Flea next, and then Alexander. All right. Then I need to fix y'all's vision because I never did figure that out.
Because it's dark.
It was very dark.
Let's start with Palathiel.
Oh yes, I love the screen, the blackness.
The blackness.
Okay,
Apparently, the cloaks are
well,
working really well because everything.
They are. Oh, we're not supposed to cover our face. Oh, duh.
No, right.
All right.
I have an icon.
There's
It's
you.
used.
And on you. Vision on.
Gengar.
Can you see yet? Can anybody see yet?
I can see
Yes.
icons, but I can see nothing else.
Yeah, I can see.
I can see grass and tokens.
I do not know why Halathiel's is always the issue.
Because
It's
he's
because
the
I'm-
eyes of the
It's
stream.
because I'm great and I'm the eyes of the stream, so naturally everything's got to be weird. Aha! I
Yes.
see grass and what looks like a wall.
Yes, that is a wall. Technically, you guys are actually further back here. You're actually not quite on map yet, but just to kind of give you a idea of
What we can at least see.
what you can actually see. So, let me pull up my information again because. All right, so the directions from the Orc laboratory lead to the foothills far west of Etran's Folly. Here, nestled in the shadow of the Five King Mountains, there are countless small valleys and crevasses. But the directions lead to one particular valley, a place called Sprite's Cradle. Up ahead, a wooden palisade spans the valley, a gigantic double door set into its center. Beyond this wall, a guard tower is barely visible, although it's difficult to tell whether it is occupied. And that is what you see.
What time of day have we got there in?
If you left morning, correct?
Probably mid.
Yeah, probably
Mid morning. So
Yeah.
you are currently early afternoon. If you were to put it into a time function, we'll say like 1. Around 1. 1 or 2.
How tall are the walls?
The walls are 15 foot tall. The palisade is 15 foot tall.
Good thing we went for the bigger ropes.
The cliffs along either side are steep, about 30 foot high. But they are not so steep where it looks impossible to climb them. Just like it might not be an easy climb.
Roughly, do we start tying rope?
Well, it's 15 feet, and there's got to be a way in because there's a path. So
Probably the door.
somebody
there's-
boost me up.
Want to get boosted now?
Well, if there's somebody in there, they've seen us already. So yeah.
I don't think we would have approached quite.
Yeah,
Without
technically, like I
some
said,
level of
y'all are not
stealth.
actually on map. Y'all are. I just threw this here so that y'all would kind of. I threw y'all your tokens here. You're actually not on map right now.
Okay.
I would imagine we probably would have stopped a good 200-300 yards back when we could see the wall and just some of the
Yeah,
structure.
I wouldn't expect y'all just go nonchalantly walking
Yes.
up to the gate.
Tink, tink, tink.
Especially now since we decided on we were going to take a stealth element.
That's just like Halathiel and Alexander's token is literally the edge of the map that I have. So y'all are off map. I just wanted to give y'all a visual. Even though it's not much of a visual, that's what I can give you.
Aye.
Who's sneaky?
Relatively so.
I once upon a time was sneaky.
Reasonable amount of skill in sneaking.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The camera is kind of over the revealed part. Not a whole lot I can do about that right this particular moment, except for back this out. Maybe zoom it in.
Is there somewhere you would like to sneak?
Well, we gotta see who's over there because they built that wall, and there's always good stuff behind
Better.
walls.
You're not wrong, my friend.
Well, I was looking
Okay.
at some options, perhaps.
Because we knew about the walls before we got here, so that's why we were going to go tie the rope and all of us get over at night to where we're more easily obscured.
And this DM, this wall is wall to wall in this valley, correct?
Correct.
There is
I'm gonna have to
no
look
around.
at that spell.
Yes. There is a cliffside here.
How steep is the cliff?
30 feet high. Yes, is.
You know, we may be able to get a better vantage point from there to within there.
DM.
Uh-huh.
Hold on. Let me see if this is Cameron knowledge. Oh yeah, that was Cameron knowledge. Never mind. My God, what think about that?
Alexander.
Well, I guess we just wait till nighttime and then y'all just see what we can see.
I mean, I do like Rima's idea that we go and if we backtracked a little, is there a way we like get up the cliff and it not be as steep?
No. This is I mean, it would be pretty far, but let's just say unreasonable.
Gotcha. Okay.
Unreasonable distance away. No matter which way is a cliffside. So.
Don't we have 9,000 feet of rope?
Yeah.
So is this gate like fully barred, or is it like you said palisade? So is it like something you can see through?
No, it is essentially a giant wooden wall. Look like it is made of a thick wood.
Wood.
Yeah, I am down for Rima's idea that we have the time, we can go and try just scaling up there, and that way we can actually get a look inside without getting close.
Well, I don't know how well it's going to help, but I can create a unseen servant.
Is that servant able to relay messages back to you?
Unfortunately, all it can do is understand what I tell it, but it could do something such as manipulate levers.
Could it carry a grappling hook to the top of this cliff?
Yes, it can actually. Since it can hold a chair, I imagine it could hold a hook. And it can fly.
Want to go? We'll start tying it and then give one end of the grappling hook to the unseen servant so we can get up this cliff easier.
Sounds like something that is doable.
To play the DM role for a second, I feel we could certainly try.
Sleep.
I mean, I'm not a tactician. It just seems like we would have a better vantage point from up there.
The only way we're sure we fail is if we don't try.
Like your attitude.
I love your attitude.
Hate
Likewise, like I said, it can also open locked doors. So if there's a mechanism on the other side of that wall that can open the gate, that's also an option it can do.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Is
we're
this thing
trying to-
tangible?
I'm trying to get some recon before we
Tangible
go.
is a loose word. It's invisible.
but we're trying to keep low key. If the gate just randomly starts opening, that's going to draw notice from someone.
Somebody's gonna notice this gate opening with nobody manning it.
Of course, we could also have it fly up to the top of the wall there, and when nobody's around it, it could set the grappling hooks for us.
Yeah, can it fly? I mean, does it discuss
Yes.
movement? It can fly.
It can fly, and it's invisible.
Hacks. I love it.
So yeah, that's why I'm really liking Rima's idea. We can go get up on the mountain, look inside of it, not be nearly as exposed, and then at night we can go in through the walls and once again use the unseen servant to go and just easily.
Now, keep in mind, I have to maintain my concentration on the spell, so if we do this, I'll have to use that spell twice.
Well, another alternative here is that if we're above it, we collect our grappling hook and our ropes. We could always rappel down inside.
Yep.
Do the tummy wiggle all the way to the gate.
You tell me what to tell him to do. How about that?
I mean, does that sound like a plan? We can do some recon, camp out a little bit up high.
I have no problem with that. Absolutely not. I mean, as far as line of sight goes, all you can do is back away from the edge if there is room to back away, and then whoever's on the wall can't see us anyway. We could approach all the way down. We may not even have to come down off the ledge. So
True.
Let's try
So,
it,
yeah.
guys.
carry the rockling hoop.
Well, don't we need to tie our rope into climbing rope?
We would have done that during the preparation time when
Okay,
we
I
were doing our
wasn't sure.
downtime.
All right.
So right now we can maneuver around to try and position ourselves. The rope's already, it's only 20 feet long on each one, but they're tied in knots, so that way we can climb up easier.
Okay. And y'all are waiting for what time?
I think we were going to go ahead.
Well, I think this part we were doing now.
Doing that now?
Pretty far out. That way, as far as we know, we're kind of already out of sight because we don't see anybody out here.
Unseen servant is essentially grabbing the hook with the knotted rope, getting it up to the top of the cliff,
Mm-hmm.
and setting it. That's what's happening now?
Yep.
Yeah.
No problems.
Okay, wiggling fingers, unseen servant. I give it the
to
command, take that hook, fly up to top, set the hook.
And how far away from the palisade are you doing this?
We were a couple hundred yards. I figured we'd do it that far out, so we're less likely to be seen.
And you're just gonna scale across the top, walk across the
Well,
cliff top.
we're probably gonna shimmy something a little low profile. Probably not just gonna like casually stroll. But
Yeah.
And then I think we're going to rappel down.
possibly. It depends on what we find once we get closer.
Okay. No problems there. Hooks placed, no problem. No need for a check. It's doing it.
Good.
So yeah, you'll
Yeah.
pretty much just see the hook flying up in the air. Up it goes.
That's creepy.
That's handy.
That's quite handy, actually.
Okay,
Alright.
I'm up there. What do I see?
Y'all going up there now?
Yeah.
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 All right. Going up. It's still, I guess, by this time after scouting, after looking, coming up with the plan, executing the plan, climbing up, because none of you, honestly, all of your, was the word basic athletics
Yeah.
all of your base athletics will get you up this knotted rope. No need for a roll. Excellent planning. Once you get up there, I'm gonna say it's actually like not late afternoon, but a little after mid afternoon at this point. I'm assuming to take time to knot the rope, get it up there, climb it.
Well,
And
all
actually
gear
get-
was prepared for this before we even left. While we
The
were
rope
doing
was
our
not
downtime.
knotted.
Yeah, we did not knot the rope because we did not know how much of the rope needed to be knotted.
Yes, the rope was not knotted.
I thought we
And that
were
ta-
knotting it anyway. That's why we bought all the extra rope.
Bought extra rope and did not knot it because didn't know how much you'd need.
Well,
So,
I was not aware of the not knowing part. I was going to knot it anyway.
Either way, it's a couple hours altogether between coming up with a plan, preparing for the plan, and executing the plan. That's good fucking time.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we saved time with horses anyway.
Yeah.
we
So
still have plenty of time before dark to do a little recon. So,
so you get up there. Once you get, I don't know how to actually do this for you guys. I'm just gonna throw your tokens in there so you can see what you see.
But we're not actually in there.
But you're not actually in there. So, I need to start with Halathio.
It's all good. Follow the read.
Okay. All right. So, this is what all y'all see. It is essentially a courtyard. You see. I'm sorry. There is something else y'all need to see. Oh, nope. That's it. Okay. So you see the courtyard. You see this. You see two orcs, one up here, one down there. They seem to be just kind of. One seems to be eating. The other just seems to be kind of walking around leisurely. You see a. This is the guard tower. It looks like there is a orc in there as well.
what's the
But
guard tower?
is it not?
So
Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. I'm on the wrong layer.
Okay.
That.
No, this.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
This is the tower here. Well, these are steps leading up to the tower, and there's a tower right here. The guard tower is right here. Looks like there are a couple of orcs in the guard tower. At this point, I need everybody to roll a stealth check. Actually, yes, I need everybody to roll a stealth check.
Womp. The smallest, most energetic goblin.
You're just sitting here bouncing on your heels.
Yeehaw.
Okay.
So was Halathio, apparently.
And I need, depending on I need everybody to roll a athletics check. Not athletics, acrobatics check.
Okay.
Acrobatics check. No problem. Cool. So you're able to get to the edge and look down and see the courtyard without causing any rocks or rubble to actually cascade down. And it doesn't seem like anybody has seen you. And yes, that's all you see at this point. You can see the courtyard, the tower. Looks like the two leisure orcs in the courtyard and two could be orcs in the tower.
Got a question about this tower.
Okay.
Is it made of wood?
The stairs are, but no. The roof is made of. It has a wooden roof, but no, it looks like it is built of stone.
Okay. But it has a wooden roof?
Yes.
Are we above said roof?
Yes.
Question: are we on the north? I'm assuming we're on the north face.
Yes, you are on the north face.
I have a thought. Just hear me out. When it's time for us to do the infiltrating bit, what if I had the servant float across that way and open a flask of oil, come back, get a alchemist fire, and then break it on that roof with the oil and create a fire on top of that wooden roof?
While yes, it would be a great distraction, it would keep the people in the tower occupied and the people on the ground occupied, and possibly draw out more forces. But if we get caught, we have more to deal with. I'm not against it. I'm just
On the flip
more
side,
stating possible cause and effect.
if we, depending on what we find as we complete a little bit more of this recon, if we can continue moving across this top face, we may be able to use that as a distraction if we can find another way to penetrate the main stronghold here. Use that as a distraction to draw forces that way and possibly penetrate elsewhere. Are you making the face? Flea, do you have
Well,
gas?
I'm looking at it, and this is a good place to die. That's not a really good good way to not get trapped with a bunch of people that can see in the dark.
You're not wrong. So more recon, but we keep the unseen servant in.
Well, that's another plus for the
in
unseen
aid?
servants, because it would force them to stop using dark vision.
Well, you can see actually that the cliffs grow higher once you get over here.
So you're saying is if we were to come down, it'd have to be somewhere in here
It
area.
would have to be in, pretty much the visionary you can see.
Well, could
'Cause
we
past-
get on top of this wall and then run down and then come down here and come down?
Do what? I mean, yeah, you
Could-
can. Come down the
We don't-
palisade?
Yeah. Can we actually walk across the top of it?
Yes.
All right. And we didn't see anybody on top of the wall.
There is nobody on top of the wall. That is correct.
For the palisade, does it have is the walkway lower than the actual top of it to where we could possibly scale down and belly crawl or something to where we're still not
Like
dilated?
castle wall style, or is it just
It
like
is.
a flat top wall?
Straight flat top wall, 15-foot palisade.
Okay.
So you would climb 15 foot. You'd have to climb 15 foot down to get on top of the palisade, and then it's another 15 foot down from there.
What did you say this was?
That is a wall, but you can see it is a actual structured wall. This blue thing that you can barely see here,
This.
that is looks like just a blue curtain that they're using as a door.
Okay.
And from where you're at, you can see the steps here, the blue curtain here, and you can see what looks to be another palisade on the other side that is also 15 foot. We're close to the other orc that is currently he's actually moving. He's taking a stroll, just kind of walking in looks like a somewhat designated area.
Sorry,
And
I just thought about all the patrol units in every Assassin's Creed game ever.
Yeah, pretty accurate.
This guy's nearby.
This guy looks.
As is there hay bale nearby?
Right.
This guy up north looks like he's just eating lunch right now.
I could always go back down to the gate and cause a distraction while you guys poke around inside.
Well, seeing as how we'd have to rappel down next to the gate, I really wouldn't want to draw them closer to it.
What if we did cause a distraction at the gate and then climb down behind them.
I mean, we could jump them from behind, sure. But what if it draws out more reinforcements?
That seems almost guaranteed at this point.
I mean, if this is all that we can see, I feel like
I feel like we're not getting past this without someone noticing us.
And if we were going to have someone cause a distraction at the gate, I would just send the serpent down and start having it open and close the palisade. That way you'd be here to back us up.
Good point.
Yeah, send the servant to distract at there, and we can go and possibly climb down from the tower and then get around them. So that way we're not climbing as much.
He said furthest we could come down is right here.
Okay.
Which is right next to this gate. Or the watchtower.
The tower.
So they're guaranteed to see us.
Unless they're distracted by, let's say, a fire burning at the front gate.
That's possible too. Well, I could catch the gate on fire. Actually, we could do it from the other side of the gate so they can't even see the servant.
Servant's invisible, isn't it?
Yeah.
The servant's invisible. They'll be carrying the item, which is not invisible, but we're talking about a small cask of oil.
But yeah, like set the other side of the gate on fire, wait a little bit, let it start smoking. Hopefully, the two on the ground go to investigate. The ones in the tower also come to investigate, and we take them by surprise and unaware.
Cool.
Or perhaps we could ambush the ones in the watchtower and then take care of them. That's a possibility too, while they're distracted at the front gate while it's on fire. I don't think the watchtower guys would probably come out. They would just watch over the watchtower railing.
Your DMness.
Uh-huh.
I would like to attempt, if I need a roll, to see if they have like a horn or a whistle hanging about them.
A watch bell.
Yeah, something. Or if they're just going to go, oi!
Oi! Oi, my lord!
Me spot intruder.
Something you doing?
Something you doing.
Work.
I've never felt so bad for orcs until I saw the work camps. I was like, oh, these poor orcs. They're so stupid and happy.
Let me check this.
I smell DM brain.
Roasting.
It's roasting. Do you see the smoke?
DM brain roasting on an open fire.
Rule book snipping at his nodes.
Yes, they do carry a horn around their belt.
So Flea will look at the group and go,
they have horns. Brr.
I should have asked for a perception check, but I gave it to you now, so there it is.
I perceived.
It's not very well hidden, so honestly, you have a base of 17, so yeah. You've seen it anyway.
Ironically, I think almost all of us now have a base of at least 17. I have one, which is weird.
Yeah.
So
base 17.
Tell me what your elf eyes ears see.
I mean, I just got.
So maybe cause the distraction, purposely wait for the reinforcements and then go in behind them?
I mean, honestly, I think all of these sound like perfectly valid plans.
Flea, you thought of something?
Look, I'll run over there and I'll make him come out, and then y'all shut the gate.
But what about you?
I climb better than all of y'all.
Based on that, you're not wrong.
Also rope.
I'm still seeing one major problem, and that's having you separated from us with a bunch of orcs.
Okay, you do it.
If we set
I
the,
will
if
not
we
do
use
it.
if we use the servant to set his rope as a means of him getting back to the other side of the wall prior to executing it, it's less risky.
But it still doesn't say, like, once Flea starts climbing, they could just blow the horn and alert the camp that there's intruders.
I mean, I still feel like setting the gate on fire is probably our best bet, but I do like the idea of being able to just lock them out.
They run out, you shut the gate. All of them. Now go blah, 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 blah.
And you
It's
can
still
see, of course,
probable.
a mechanism here that looks like it is a roller meant to open and close the gate.
You know, we could also set not the gate on fire, but something outside the gate on fire.
There really was nothing outside. It was just
No plants,
grass.
no nothing.
No
You're
trees.
not setting me on
just
fire.
Grass. I'm not setting you on
You
fire.
on fire! I like you. Think about if I set anybody on fire, it'd probably be Halafia. No
Goblins
offense,
really like,
Halafia. It's just more likely than Flea.
goblins really like fire. I don't know. I would tell you.
Galathiel, was there any special plants outside?
Just grass. However, something else I can do. I can cast the alarm spell and make it trigger and have it sound like their horns.
Why don't we just catch a flask of oil on fire? It's not going to explode, it's just going to make a lot of smoke.
You can do that.
Okay.
And have the unseen servant run around circles with it. I mean, we can do whatever we want. It's an unseen servant.
Amazing visual.
Just
Just
having
a
a cask on
flask
fire
Flask
with
of
a bunch of
oil on
smoke.
fire
And then
running
that way,
circles in
whenever
the air.
they all run out to investigate, or as many as they can, we climb down the lever thing. Is it like rope or chained? DM.
And is it like a crank or a lever?
It's a crank. And it is chain.
What the fuck did
I
you
have no
just
idea
do?
what that was.
Spoopy.
Well, if anything, I have this crowbar and I'll just jam it in there so they can't reopen it.
I imagine it only opens on this side.
Or close it, jam it in so where they can't force it back open.
Looks like a
Careful where
solid-
you jam that crowbar.
Get that crowbar in there. Okay, so when night falls, I'll pop in another unseen servant, give it a cask of oil and a torch, and that way it can, or flint and steel. I'll give it the flint and steel, and that way it can catch the flask of oil on fire.
I would actually say sunset so that way they can see the smoke.
Since there's not going to be much flame for just setting a flask of oil on fire.
And then we just get ready to rappel down.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds about
Taking
as
a
good
nap.
as it's gonna get. I'm actually with Flea. I'm ready to take a nap. Y'all want to take a break now or before we get into all this, or
A little bit more.
a little bit more? Okay.
Just a little bit.
Well, then Athiel is going to rest himself back until it is time for action.
And you're saying at sunset.
Yes,
Correct.
prior to it being dark. That way they can see the smoke.
Okay. Well, at sunset, when right as y'all are about to set okay, where are y'all setting the flask on fire? Outside the gate?
Outside.
Yeah, the unseen servant's going to carry the flask and the flint and steel. He's going to fly over there, invisible like. I'm going to command him to go a roundabout way. and then he's going to light the flask or the cask of oil on fire and let it smoke right outside the gate.
Okay. Well, a few hours before sunset, you will actually see. Because I'm assuming y'all aren't just going to close your eyes while you're waiting for someone
No,
to leave.
I'll have.
Say no. I'm pretty sure we're resting, but not in the taking nap. I mean, Fleet said he's taking a nap, but I don't think all of us are.
Yeah,
taking a
I'll
nap.
say because if anything, I know I was just going to kind of keep a watch, just like
Try to see some patterns.
just see patterns or something. Just
All right, you will see. I'm gonna you. It's a weird token layout, weird dynamic lighting layout. You will see this character here. A female orc will climb out on top of the roof of the tower. She does not seem to have noticed you, but she is carrying a bow with a quiver on her back, and she seems to be mostly scanning the yard, but also peeking as she can over the gate. Like, doesn't seem like there's actually a great view where it's at versus the gate. So she's kind of peeking over the gate and then mostly scanning the yard. At sunset, when you're summoning your unseen servant, these two orcs in the yard will actually be making their way towards the
Downtown.
yes, towards the downtown, towards the blue curtain.
Yep.
At this point, you have the option to either wait a minute or two and see how this plays out, or go ahead and go with your plan.
By the way, while we were waiting, I did my little thing to reset what skill I was trained in. To switch over to stuff instead of crafting alchemy.
Slusher slows.
So I've got my fingers ready, and I look over to Alexander. Should I wait? Should I be doing it now?
yeah, I'm just kind of like just one moment. Let's see what happens here.
And essentially, they disappear inside the curtain. And just a few seconds later, two new orcs appear outside, followed by two more orcs. So now there are four orcs in the yard. And these like, while the other two, the two during the day seem kind of just mulling about, these four seem like they're coming out refreshed.
Shift change.
Patrols with their shit together.
Yeah, like they are actively patrolling the yard, and while they are not, don't seem worried, don't seem like they're actually looking for trouble. They just do seem to be awake, alert. Yeah, as if well, Flea would know this naturally because most goblins generally do know the anatomy of orcs, that nighttime is their actual active time. Anybody else that would like to roll a knowledge check can see if they would naturally know it, but it's not a hard check. It's pretty common knowledge that orcs are more active at night than they are in the day.
Is the orc in the tower still on the roof?
Yes, the orc is now.
Like she seems to be like, that's pretty much where she is going to be posted.
That's pretty much where she posted up there, like that's where she normally goes. Yeah.
Okay.
Like that's a pretty common spot for her.
So look over at Alexander now. Okay, unseen servant.
And now.
Meow. Hand him the cask of oil and a flint and steel. Give him the instructions to go out a ways, fly down following the cliffside, come up to the gate, light the cask on fire, and are we having him walk away from the gate with it on fire and smoking, or just going to leave it on the ground?
Preferably away. That way it draws them. Hopefully it draws them.
And start running, and command it to start running away from the gate.
Yeah.
Or in figure eights or something. I think movement is better than it sitting stationary.
In figure eights.
You see, okay, so when you light the cask,
I'm
when you
not
light
lighting
the
it
cask-
for him.
Yeah, when he lights the cask, the orcs don't really seem. Nobody seems to really notice anything. Now, when the smoke actually starts billowing up, you see the female orc on the guard tower kind of peek up. She starts shouting at. She pokes her head down. Down underneath the roof, and lifts back up, and she starts shouting at the orcs on the ground. And moments later, you will see another orc come down out of the stairs of the tower. And they're all kind of one stays at the south, and the rest all just kind of are posting up near the gate. And the one on top of the tower is just kind of peeking on alert, draws the bow, gets an arrow notched, and it's like they're preparing, but they're not leaving.
And that's the female orc that knocks an arrow?
Yes.
I feel like she's going to be trouble with that damn bow. All right.
Lathio, can you mentally command your unseen servant?
It has to hear me.
Thick.
It's just going to sit there and run around while I'm concentrating.
Well, does anyone have the means of taking care of her aside from Jesus beaming her off of her tower?
As it's making the figure eight, when you see it start running back towards the gate, dismiss it. And if science is on our side, that barrel should roll and hit the gate and possibly start catching the gate on fire. Because it is burning.
It is, in fact, burning. All right, so I'm going to wait for him to start running.
On this one, guys. I'm not
And
gonna lie,
when he starts running towards the gate at the best angle I could think of, I immediately stop concentrating on the spell and let the barrel roll. Wherever fate may take it.
All right.
Do a barrel roll.
Blood, roll me a flat D20. You need a 8+. You got it. Goes right into the gate, and it takes a while. I'm not gonna say because it's thick wood, but it is oil, so it sticks to it, and it does burn slowly. However, that does raise enough issue for the orcs to open the door. You once again, the one on the tower roof seems to holler out a few things in orc. I don't believe anybody speaks orc.
No. We've had this problem before.
That's right. Yeah.
Common is not as common in Pathfinder it is in 5th edition.
Not quite. Hollers out in orcish. 2 orcs, they do open the gate. 2 orcs do go outside to start stamping out they look very confused. First off, they walk out there with freaking weapons drawn. Which let me actually find out exactly what weapons they have drawn. I can't believe I didn't have this part ready. This is normally my favorite part.
Combat.
Oh, not you. There we go. All right. So one of them has a javelin at the ready, and the other one has 2 daggers pulled out. As they open up when they open up the door, a third one is actually physically operating the crank. Opens up the door. They come out. They're looking around. They look back at the orc on top of the tower and kind of shrug. She yells something and yells something in Orcish again, and they go and they start working on trying to put out the fire.
Well, that's 4. Shut the gate.
I'll say this is it. Let's go.
Okay, so I guess we start rappelling down the wall.
And I will need I wish advantage. This is one time where I wish advantage was a thing.
Well, circumstance bonus.
Circumstance bonus. Everybody give me a stealth check with a +4 circumstance bonus.
I am the knight. About that.
16.
That's what 4. My 22.
I was gonna say don't roll a 1, and instead you blow it out of the water.
28 actually.
Yeah. So yeah, you all make it down with you all make it down with it doesn't look like anybody has noticed you. I'm gonna go ahead and put you at this point you can actually put yourselves where you are along this northern.
This guy is the guy working the crank, right?
He is the one currently working the crank. Actually, after he has the door open, he's going to be he's going to be outside with them, trying to also put out the fire.
Okay, well, I'm going to go here. And I'm going to use my Unseen Servant spell one more time to pop him right in front of the crank and activate the crank to shut the door.
What is the weight that he can actually operate?
He says it says on his tooltip that he can
Flea, where you want to be on that?
He has a force body. So he has a physical body made of force, but he can't use attack actions. He can move and use interact actions to do things such as fetch objects, open, unstuck, or unlock doors, hold chairs, and clean. But it can't pass through solid objects.
Okay. That's fair enough. I'll let him operate that crank.
That's it.
I
All
guess
my level 1 spells.
Put me next to Halathiel. I can't seem to get my thingy to want to cooperate.
Next to, in front of him, or beside him?
That's great. That's great.
Okay. Let me see if you should have control over that character.
There it is. Well, I say there it is. I got it now.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. You
so
are down
intents
there.
and purposes, the machine's going to look like it's running by itself.
This guy is actually down here, watching the gate, and there's still the guy down south watching the other gate, and then the one on top of the tower.
Do you want to roll initiative for this, or how do you want to play it?
Currently, y'all still have complete surprise. I've not heard any statement of conflict yet.
How are they reacting to the gates closing? I'm sorry.
Okay, now when the gates start to close, they start. The three outside are actually. Let me see what they're doing, because that is
Fair question.
a fair question.
They're bitching their feet are on fire is what they're doing.
Yeah, they're literally trying to put out an oil fire with their bare hands. I mean,
Right.
they're not having a great time right now. When the door starts closing, you hear them yelling in Orcish, and you hear this one here in front almost looks perturbed, like shrugging his shoulders, like yelling something back in Orcish. Like, and they're just yelling back and forth, and he's mass confusion. He starts running over towards the lever to see what's going on. The one on top of the tower is literally just shaking her head like fucking morons.
All right, I'm assuming an orc is stronger than an unseen servant. So,
Perhaps he does have a stat block.
what does he?
Yeah. Definitely stronger than him. He's got a -4 in strength.
Ooh, yeah. So to keep him from stopping the gates from closing, I'm probably gonna go Judy chop him in the neck.
That'd be a good idea.
Okay, go for it. Surprise round, no initiative roll needed. Just roll for attack with a +4 circumstance bonus, and against flat-footed AC, and yeah, roll that beautiful beam footage.
Charge.
Definitely doing the old reckless, ferocious, or the angry charge, but
The
not with the
angry
rage.
charge.
We ain't raging yet. So
Dagger in his backbone.
dagger. I just need his attention. I don't need to kill him yet.
Just
See
slam him
here.
into the mechanism.
That is
break
a
it.
18 to hit against. I'm actually assuming a 22 to hit. Did you put your circumstance bonus in?
I did not.
Okay, so 22 to hit against flat-footed AC. That is a critical hit. You will be dealing 14 points of damage, which is your choice, lethal or non-lethal.
Oh no, it's lethal.
Oh yeah, so that is one dead orc.
I don't like orcs. They don't brush their 2 teeth.
And as soon as you charge out and brutally myrtleize this orc, the orc on top of the tower blows her horn, and almost in unison you hear the one to the south blow their horn.
Shite.
It's fine. Guys.
Roll for initiative. Flea. I will say perception for you. Everybody else, you can either roll perception or perception, dexterity, or stealth. Reflex, whatever, anything that's dex, reflex is fine. Perception's fine. Stealth is fine.
Oh, there you go.
Man, if I could
You're
roll a
giving me
double
the choice
digits
of
tonight,
reflex.
I would be doing good.
I don't think
Yeah, you can do reflex. I don't care. I don't even know what all the initiative roll choices are actually, but
it's just skills.
skills.
Yeah,
just-
I'll take stealth today.
Yeah,
Just today.
stealth is perfectly fine by me.
Do we still have that +4 on stealth?
Huh? Yes, you do actually.
Okay.
Okay, so 25.
So 25 for you. Actually, 27 for you. because I gave everybody a +2 on all the checks, on all your checks for coming into this place for your
Gotcha.
preparation. So technically, it's a +6.
So 27.
So yeah. All right. So 227s. Let's. Oh, I didn't even pull out the initiative tracker. Man, I'm out of practice. Let's.
Well, that was with the +4. I already had mine added in.
Okay. So you're a 23. Clear. All right. So Rima will be
17, there's a +6.
yes, 17. Add turn. 17. Oh, Flea. Flea will be an 11. Turn. 11. Let's see here. Halathiel. Turn. You will be a 27. And Alexander's always last.
Nope, not this time. No, I'm using my initiative on this one.
Alexander is a 23. And then
T2 orcs.
yeah, now I need to do this. Come on. Let's get this shit right.
Shite.
Shite.
Okay. Those three I'm going to consider out of combat. So you.
You.
Do.
Now I need the special one.
Fivey's scary with someone with a bow. I'm just putting that out there in case anybody hadn't considered that yet.
I have been considering it. I have been puzzling strategy. Okay.
I am a unique character. I have a bow.
Oh, hello there, Lord Nar.
Lord Nar.
He's gnarly.
And Grey Tusk.
Yes.
Okay, so Halathiel. What do you do from here?
How high up is the roof of this guard tower?
The roof is about 20 foot up. It's barely above the roof is actually barely above the height of the whatever that thing's called again. Palisade.
Okay.
And actually,
how far can I throw something?
Actually, with the horn blowing, scrambling happening, combat imminent, we're going to go ahead and take our break.
Okay. Oh, guys. We will be back shortly.
We will be back soon. Let me put on something slightly more relaxing for the music.
You better not.
All right, and yes, we will be back in 15, guys. Yo, yo, yo! What's up, gamers? Welcome back. Break ran slightly long, not too bad. And
Pizza.
now I'm going to kill all
Kill
my
it.
friends.
Yeah.
So
Move.
let's have fun with this. Halathiel! Oh, yeah, let me put the combat jams back on.
Yeah, put the combat jams back on. I need to hear my orcs and horns.
Orcs and horns. Orcs and horns.
Porks and corns.
Corks and horns.
Corn.
Can y'all hear it?
Yes.
Yes.
Damn it, mine messed up.
I also still hear the other, like, relaxing music bit, too.
All right, I'm starting this over. I like this music. I'm going to hear it today. Damn it.
Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Recognize that music.
You lie.
You lie.
Keeps going away.
What?
It's because
The
he's
music-
restarting it
oh.
because it was getting all twisted up.
Is it back for everybody?
Nope.
Cameron, use your long legs to grab that pillow and hand it to me.
Use your long legs.
Monkey feet.
I was expecting some feet to come up. I heard
How
it
about
now.
now? There it is.
Ah, yes.
All right. Halathiel, it is your turn, sir. What do you do?
All right, you said we could see where she's at on top of this roof, yay?
Yes, which
Which-
she is. That is a staircase. The roof is she's actually right here on top of the roof.
Hypotamus, as far as that
You probably couldn't see that. Yep.
Yeah, I can't see because it's like blocked off. I thought this was actually.
Yeah, the vision's a little funky on this one because there's actually like an interior to that tower, so it's got it's got the dynamic lighting messed up. But essentially, this is these
Dude, what you doing?
I can see the stairs on that.
you can see the staircase now. So essentially, she's right above you.
All right, I'm gonna get right there. Second action, pull out the file of lesser alchemy fire, and third action, I'm gonna throw it straight up at her.
Do it.
Pew.
Is there a roll I got to make for that?
Yeah, it's a strike. It's a ranged strike.
Yes.
Ranged strike. So I'm gonna use my crossbow.
Well, it's a ranged melee strike. Like you add your strength to damage.
I believe Alchemist Fire works a little different. It works bomber stats.
Okay.
It should be dex. It should be dex to hit either way, though.
Okay.
Okay, so dex to hit.
Boomer.
Sweet
Which-
sauce.
That does not hit. However, it does still land on the roof,
That's
It
all I was
does.
really after, was hitting the roof.
and she will take one.
One persistent, one slash.
One persistent, one splash. This one.
Fire.
All right. And what else for your turn, sir?
That's it. Move, pull item out, throw item.
All right. Alexander, what would you like to do, sir?
I think the stairs are on the other side.
Stairs
Yes.
are on my side, yeah.
Halathiel's at the base of the stairs.
I should do that instead. 10, 15. Oh, and it's 30 foot up.
20 foot up.
20 foot up.
20.
20 foot
Yes.
up.
And hopefully on fire.
Oh, fire!
It is smoldering, yes.
I like my women getting a smolder.
The smolder.
One of the few times I actually don't have my damn mash on. So I was trying to be aggressive with it.
Because I love how this bitch looks. My hand, do this little.
Incoming handout.
Yep.
Are you trying to get jiggy with it?
There's the gray tusk. She looks like a ranger.
I am afraid. Yep.
An orc that doesn't look like a dumbass.
Correct. She is definitely way better than most orcs in my mind.
Yeah, she's.
Sorry, Bish. I know you like your orcs.
I love my orcs.
Like my work's dumb. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces passing, I'm
I worked on it.
homebound.
I just forgot to look at something, so this is my fault, and I apologize.
It's all good. I ain't going nowhere.
Just serenading you, man.
Marinating you.
Marinating you.
Gonna eat you later.
Come here, let me pull your hair.
He is hungry.
Okay, so
You can't. That's my job, by the way.
so is it okay if I go back on action
Go for it.
here?
Reverse.
Crisscross.
Just remember me in a couple months.
Crisscross. Remember that time? Back
Remember that
in.
one time?
So you're saying if I need to go back a step, you'd let me? I just have to remember you next week.
What'd you say?
So if
What'd
I
you
want
say?
to, if I want to
Not
go
you.
back,
The guy that's actually
oh, it's his turn.
trying
Yeah,
to
go
do
for
stuff.
it. Do it.
I want to climb inside that tower.
Cool. What's your climb speed?
Well, that's the thing. I gotta make
Fine.
a check.
Okay.
If I get a 5, I do pass, and I can get 20 to 35 feet, and a critical is a 10 for athletics.
Okay.
Doogity doogity doo.
And what? So it's a 10 athletics check.
Nope,
DC.
never mind. I lied.
So yeah, that sounds a little easy.
I lied, sir. No, that's just the distance. I could go. Oh damn! I could only climb up 10 feet. Shit, never mind. That doesn't work.
I
Well,
mean,
the
honestly,
roof-
it would still
the roof is
save you.
20
It would
feet up.
still save you movement.
Yeah, because the
It would
roof
get
is
you
20
on the.
feet
It would
up.
get you on the steps, and you'd only be 10 foot away. Because right
But
now,
it'll
for
take
you,
me like 2 actions just to even get up there.
yes, no matter what.
Man,
Okay, let's try it.
Fucking go for it. Scale that bitch.
fucking go.
Meow star.
So first one.
Whoop.
So you pass.
All right,
Correct.
so I'm 10 feet up.
You're 10 feet up. You are effectively in the stairs. I moved your token to
The appropriate.
designate.
Oh, and by the way, for the DC, it's you determine the DC. So
No, that's fine. Yeah, that's a pass. It's not that hard to climb. It was 10 foot up. It's wood.
So you essentially grabbed onto the base and hoisted yourself up.
Yeah.
It's wonderful. It's good. It's wood. Yay.
He is also a cat.
Yeah. Claws.
I don't know if he's clawed cat folk. He may not have that ability.
I do not.
I would.
I am clawed. I have a claw attack.
No, I keep my claws very trimmed.
Not me. I'm wild as shit.
It's wild.
And
Also, as well, additionally,
2.
you said I'm on the stairs, right?
Yes.
Well, we'll use my last action to take cover.
Do it. What does that do?
Pulling up with your shit.
It depends on what kind of cover I would have.
Okay.
please specify.
Lesser cover gives me a +1 to my AC. Standard cover gives me a +2 to AC, reflex, and stealth. Greater gives me a +4 to AC, reflex, and stealth.
You're currently in a fucking stairwell. I'm gonna say greater, because unless they actually come into a stairwell with you.
They'd have to get through me. Or come down from the burning roof, whichever one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. So I have a +4 to my AC. Let me be in cover.
All right. And is that your turn?
Yeah, that is an action to take cover.
Okay. All right. And at that point, you see. What's this movement?
I like the piano.
There it is. Okay. You see, let's see, 5, 10, 15, and 20. A mountain of a man. A quite large orc comes from outside, from the blue curtain, wielding a very large two-handed club. And he looks like this.
Lord
Yeah.
Nar.
That's an orc right there.
Kind of reminds me of Morgan's character from World of Warcraft.
That's my kind of orc right there.
All
All
right. The gaudy shoulder pads and
that's it. Use some gaudy shoulder pads, and it's them.
That's it. And he comes out. He sees 3 of you, and he yells in common. Surrender now.
Athiel's over here going,
And
thank
you
God he
will
speaks
die
common.
quickly.
Speaks common, thank God. He can be useful.
He's a brain boy.
I almost feel like being sassy. Oh yeah, our bad. We'll surrender. My fault.
And he'll take just a couple more steps up, holding his club menacingly.
His small tree trunk.
I was wondering if anybody else was going to touch on the fact that he's just got a big stick.
Stick. And he's waving it menacingly.
This guy here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 10, 15, 20. And he readies his his javelin and is looking at Nar. And looking back at all of you, it seems like he's prepared to do something. Rima,
Me?
your turn, man.
Rima is going to. What level is this bad boy right here?
75.
Hold on, I had a plan and then it changed when that giant rock walked out with his stick. You know what? We're going to leave that alone for a minute. We are going to... Oh, no. No, we are definitely using that right now. We're going to leave some mumbo jumbo. And... What is my spell DC? Oh, yes, baby. So we are going to cast Calm Emotions on this guy. I need both of these to make a will save.
Oh, shit. All right. Let's see here.
I wonder if that ruins a barbarian.
It stops them from taking hostile actions if they fail.
It ruins a barbarian.
It ruins everybody.
Destroys a barbarian. It's like, bro, chill. You know what? You're right. My bad.
You're right.
I really have some stuff to work out.
What did y'all say earlier? Have a Snicker. Okay.
Just gotta read everything real quick. Okay. Wisdom save.
Phil,
We got one from
it's a will
Nar.
save. By the way.
Vish.
Will save.
Okay.
All right.
I like the
And
13 better.
Yeah, I think it's like 13 actually. I feel like that's the appropriate one.
I have this one set to I'll turn that off. But yeah, 19 for the other one.
Okay, so the 19 fails, the 22 succeeds.
Okay.
The one that failed cannot use hostile actions unless he is subject to hostility from another creature.
Okay.
That was just a regular success, so he has a -1 status penalty to his attack rolls. The guy that succeeded.
Okay. For how long?
Duration is 1 minute.
Okay.
Nice.
Groovy.
Okay, hold on. That was
I like gravy.
that was 2 actions. Give me a second. I still have another.
Combo.
Let's see.
Akimbo.
And then we are going to hold on. Sorry, I gotta read something real quick. Okay. So I'm gonna do that. And then we're gonna read our shit correctly. that's it for now.
Okay. And then we got this guy is here. Okay, this guy there.
He's so mad if Nar's stick is enchanted.
Okay. Now it is Grey Tusk's turn.
And she does have a persistent burn.
She does have a persistent. Happens at the end of her turn. She is going to take a shot at the only person she can get a real good shot at, which is Flea.
Yeah.
Me.
Let's see here. There it is. 13 to hit.
No.
All right. And upon doing that, she's going to actually climb down off of the roof that is now on fire and into the little cubby underneath the roof. And she's going to attempt to pat herself out of fire. Which she does not. So she will take 1 persistent damage. Okay. And Flea. 'Tis your turn, sir.
Big, ugly orc gonna get slapped.
This is gonna get slapped.
Oh no, it's doing it again. Okay. I'm not sure why it's doing that, but I got it. Alright, so pop and rage,
Okay.
do a flying leap, and bring 2 down on his forehead.
Do it.
Aha!
Let's see here. 21 to hit. Hits. That is 14. 14
Yeah.
damage. Okay.
And that is turn, sir.
So you run up, both fists slam them into his jump up, slam him into his forehead. He stumbles back for a second, looks at you, blood kind of dripping down his eyes, and he just lets out this guttural roar almost.
My plan worked.
Halathiel, is your turn, sir.
Okay.
What do you have?
I'm going to. Man, the choices.
You can't have that.
Can I have it?
I gotta decide on what I actually want to do here. I think the best choice is I'm going to spend all 3 of my actions to cast Scarf of Slashing Steel at the 2nd level. So that's a 24 to attack
On
Big Boy.
That's a hit.
Regular damage,
Regular damage, yes, sir.
19 slashing damage.
19 slashing damage. Good fucking hit.
And he does take 2 persistent bleed damage.
Okay. That's okay.
And that's the end of my turn.
10-4. So your scarf comes to life, slashes from the top of his shoulder down to the bottom of his gut. Blood starts pouring down his stomach. He looks quite wounded, but he's at the point of bursting into rage Alexander, it's your turn, sir.
All right, I'm gonna go. Oh, wasn't clear to myself. 5. Is that a door?
That is a door, yes, sir. It's not really a door. It's an opening. You can just
Gotcha.
run right on in.
Just gonna go.
When you run in, just so you know what you see.
Yep.
You see, of course, Grey Tusk right in front of you, with a chair right next to her. A quite worn chair. A barrel on the other side of the chair that is filled with arrows, and a hatch in the back of the room.
So yeah, I'm just gonna go run in and like shoulder check her, mainly just goading feint. I'm not planning on actually like doing any damage or shoving her, but
Okay, go for it. And it's against perception, correct?
goading feint is against. Yeah, their perception.
Perception DC. That's correct. That's right.
Flop over back over here.
That is not going to do it, sir. It's not a critical failure, just a regular failure.
Shit. I don't know. Fucking 2.
I know.
I'll feel your pain.
Well, welcome to my rolls tonight.
Well, that didn't work as planned.
Forever DM curse, homie.
Every time. Alright, then I'm just gonna go do that, and after recover from the shoulder check, just pull out the kukri and just try and do a quick slash.
Go for it.
Couldn't get my fucking panache off.
Ponash.
Potatoes. That's still a 30.
Fuck.
That's still a 30.
Did I crit by chance?
You did not crit, sir.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. 6 either way, but
But yes, you do hit, obviously.
Well, no, if I critted, I got my panache.
oh,
Yeah, but you
That's
did
why
not.
I asked if I critted.
Unfortunately, you do not.
That's on Grey Tusk.
That's on Grey Tusk.
dang, she got some AC.
So you thrust, you slash in at your kukri. You feel it. You know this armor very well. It's you've dealt with it many times. The studded armor. However, you feel it's a little better made than usual, and it kind of glances your blow a bit, but you still make good contact with flesh, dealing 6 damage to Grey Tusk. Okay. Anything else for you, sir?
That was all 3.
When
Alright.
she's dead, you'll have some nice new pants.
Lord Nar comes to his turn. He yells something in a language that you don't, in Orcish, that you don't understand at this point. And however, Flea, you do recognize what he does next, which he goes into a frenzious rage.
Oh shit, Barbarian's about the Duke.
It's the barbarian slugfest.
Don't matter if he takes another one of them scarves to the dome.
And for his second action, he is going to swing at you, Flea. This is at -1. 16. Does 16 hit you, sir?
Negative.
And got crit damage.
Oh God.
Yeah. His damage was as Alexander's attack.
and his second attack, critical failure. He drops his club when he swings with such ferocity. He hits you dip out of the way with your quick goblinoid reflexes. He hits the ground. He hits it so hard that the club actually flies out of his hand about 10 foot away over here.
The tree wants to be replanted.
That's it.
All right.
It's
And-
persistent bleed damage.
His persistent bleed damage he takes. Oh, not 3, 2. Sorry.
Yeah, just 2.
All right. And this orc stands here, and it's like he's dying to sling this javelin at the people that are attacking his lord here, but unfortunately he cannot seem to muster the will to do so.
I'm saying.
I feel like we can talk about this, we'd be okay.
Yeah.
Low key new favorite spell.
Yeah, that's pretty
That's a pretty
that's pretty
substantial.
good.
That's a pretty substantial spell.
And the DC on it was what, like 19?
19. Yeah.
My current spell DC is 20.
I was about to say,
Dang.
because he rolled a 19 and didn't succeed.
Correct.
All right, Reba, your turn again, madam.
Rima is going to spend 1 action sustaining calm emotions. And then she's going to spend 2 actions. I have 3, right? Oh, I have 3?
Yes.
Yes,
Yep.
you have 3.
Let's see. Give me back my measuring stick.
Caught it about 350.
By the way, this is so anxiety inducing because I can't see any of this.
Right?
I am just
No.
in this
I
little
can't
bitty
see where
room.
she is.
You are in your tiny bubble.
Yeah, you're by yourself. Reva's somewhere behind me. I don't know. All I see is Flea and these 2 guys in front of me. One guy going, and the other one bleeding and screaming.
I'm so frustrated.
I hope they're doing good.
Let's see. Oh, wait.
Hang in there, guys.
See, oh yeah, that's what the plan was. Okay, sorry, I had to reassess the plan because that guy came out and ruined the first plan. Yeah. Okay.
Lost spell focus.
Okay. And then. Let's see. So you can sustain multiple spells as long as you have the actions to sustain them.
Correct.
Okay, so I was making sure of.
Way better than D&D.
Way better
So
on that aspect for sure.
then she is going to cast Ye Old Bladed Scarf. Where is the other bladed scarf? Is it on the battlefield?
It does not currently have a token, but I can give it one.
Wait, so you can have 2 out at once?
Yeah, you
as
can
long
have-
as you can still cast the spell to initiate it, all you have to do is use 1 action to sustain, and you can sustain as many times you
As
want to,
many
whatever.
spells as
It's
you have that
all
actually sustain.
rolled into the action economy. So essentially,
Playing the wrong class.
Yeah.
if you have a 1 action sustain and a 2 action spell that causes another sustain, then you can sustain, cast a 2 action spell. Then on your next turn, you can sustain both and still have 1 action left.
Punch Wizard is summoning boxing gloves pretty soon.
Summoning. Oh!
Yes. Yeah. It's pretty sweet. I can't remember what I was. Oh, I remember now. I was using these. Okay, so here is Blood's scarf right now.
I could literally cast Fist.
He's so happy.
Yes.
Ooh. Sorry. That's hilarious.
You know what? Just out of humor, That's still going to be Remus. This is Blood Scarf. Why is it not there?
Honestly, I don't even need a token for my scarf.
Okay. That's gonna be good because that's yours.
You don't get one.
I was gonna give you a boar, but you
That's
didn't drop.
rude.
If it was a boar, I'd just leave. I'm done.
Playing with you guys no more.
That's it. It's like, oh, I'm done.
Raven?
Sorry, I was calculating.
Okay.
Oh.
Calculating.
I'm just thinking, man, is she trying to calculate like physics?
I was just making sure she still didn't. See,
No.
I'm married to a woman that gets distracted very easily, so I was like making sure she didn't get distracted. Cause
It happens. Dark knees.
I'm guessing a 12 doesn't hit him.
that unfortunately does not hit him.
Okay.
However, your scarf just still does appear, correct?
Yes. Yeah, it appears. It's just its first strike misses.
All right. So, and who were you attacking?
Oh, I'm sorry. Big boy.
Big boy.
Why would I attack the guy that's not attacking us?
I mean, you never know. You just gotta be sure.
Honestly, I'm not attacking him because it looks like he's struggling with life choices. And I don't want to know that. I'm not a psychiatrist.
You've got a Cinder Rat this time. Okay.
Why do we have a Cinder
Is that
Rat?
all of your?
That is my turn.
All right. All right. This guy. So another orc pops out from behind the blue curtain and yells back into towards the curtain something in Orcish.
Dang, Lee, you're surrounded.
Yeah.
So y'all gotta talk to me. I have no idea what's happening, so I'm just like, what's going on? Just see
Well, I
my-
mean, you're gonna hear half the yells start screaming, "Shit!"
Are you dead?
Indication. We're not doing great.
Grey Tusk looks at you and hisses.
Yep.
Drops her bow.
Yep.
Pulls out a short sword.
Yep.
And swings at you.
Miss.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Man thing.
Second attack.
If Flea could see what was going on, he'd be impressed again.
And that is her turn. She takes one more point of... Because she is still on fire during all of this. and she will say to you in common, if you surrender now, Lord Nar may give you a swift death.
How loud does she say that? Because I'm technically close.
No, it'd be more in a controlled tone. She's not yelling or anything, and these are stone walls.
I was just curious.
We be stroking outside.
And Flea, is your turn, sir.
I'm about to mess some people up.
Do it.
So the orc to my left.
This guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's getting double fisted.
Double fist that guy. That's a hit, 9 damage. He knocks the air right out of him. His eyes grow big, but he is still standing. That is a miss.
Yeah. Just for giggles.
Same thing. Second one, he kind of doubles back a little bit further than you expected, and you kind of swing at the air. The third one, he's still falling back, and you catch the edge of his armor and kind of graze off the side of it.
10, folks. That's my turn.
Halathiel.
Okie
turn,
dokie. First, I'm going to sustain my spell.
You did a great job.
That's a 12.
That is a miss.
Yeah. Let's see. After that, or I don't think a 13 would have mattered.
It would not have.
Okay. I'm gonna inspire courage.
Inspire.
And then we'll take a 5-foot step back.
I feel inspired.
You should.
All right.
Alright, and that will end my turn.
All right. Alexander. Toe to toe.
And you're inspired.
Yeah.
You are, in fact, inspired. You hear them sick bagpipe beeps.
Yep. Shit, we're under attack. Shit, we're under attack.
Are those kind of skill checks as well?
It's +1 to attack rolls, damage rolls, and saves against fears.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Just adjusting these real quick. And I'm going to go and when she said that, I'm going to say, and I will respond.
Carbonated soda.
I like some carbonated soda.
And that offer also applies to you, dear lady.
Ooh, sassy.
The sass.
That's a swag.
And I'm going to go try going in for a strike, and then quickly go and kick her in the shin. Goading Fang.
Goading Fangs. It's going for the shin kick.
My buddy just kicked her in the leg.
Care how big of an orc you are. This shit hurts.
Fuck!
And
Hero point.
That's
Use it.
hero point.
Yeah, fuck that. Hero point.
That is definitely hero.
It can't be worse, literally.
Yeah, it could not be worse.
It's still not a success.
So not
But
success, but it wasn't a crit fail.
at least it's not a crit fail.
At least she's not laughing at you now.
Every time I do like some cool RP thing, the dice like,
Nah,
Nah,
you can't be
nah,
cool.
homie. The dice is just like the whole time for you, either way.
He's had a couple of good rolls today, but it was the stuff that didn't matter.
Why don't you just rub salt in it?
makes me feel so much
That
better.
wound
I
right there. Hang on.
I tried, I'm sorry.
Going for another goading feint.
All right, go for it.
Something better than.
So you went to attack, then went to go try and kick her in your shin, and then switch to kick her in the other shin.
That is a success,
That is
sir.
a success. Thank you.
Get your panache.
Got my panache. Now going for a swing.
All right. Kukri, I'm assuming?
Yep, still cookery.
That is a hit for 7 damage plus 2 precision.
Yeah, 7. Let me make sure I didn't accidentally add that in already. Let me double check that.
Yeah, double check it for me.
I thought I went back to and fixed it. Okay, yeah. The damage is already calculated. I put that in I kept that in as a note, just that 2 of that damage is precision.
Okay.
For the purposes of resistance.
Okay. So yeah. Kukri goes through, slashes, and she is now bleeding from her shoulder. All right. Anything else from you, sir?
That is it. That's all 3.
Lord Nar's turn. He looks at the 2 scarves that are slashing all around him, and he's like realizing that he has a newfound hatred of scarves.
I hate knitting.
But he still looks at Flea, and he looks over at his great club on the ground. Looks like he thinks for only half a second and then goes back and instead just punches at Flea. 18 to hit. 17 to hit. 17 to hit.
Oh, nope. 17 does not.
Okay.
Nice
That's
emotions.
yeah, calm emotions again.
Calm emotions for the save.
And he's swinging with all his fury, but it's like his heart just isn't fully in it, man. He just can't. You dodge one way, you glance his blow with the other, and the last one is just nowhere close.
So he's swinging while bleeding.
Swinging and bleeding. That's all he's doing.
I love that 2 persistent damage on that. So good.
Persistent damage is so good. Other orc still can't seem to bring himself to attack anybody. He's just so calm right now.
I want to help.
Rima, your turn.
All right. Spend 1 action to sustain calm emotions.
Yep.
Second action to sustain bladed scarf and strike with it.
Okay.
Another 12.
Actually, I think we both rolled 12s on him so far. Yeah, I rolled 12 too.
Some low rolls going on here today.
Hey, at least you missed the boss. I missed a grunt. All right.
I have not rolled a double digit yet. I have not rolled a double
I'm
digit
sorry,
on the
bro.
dice.
A 12 would have missed a grunt too.
Yeah. So, well, I guess. Biscuit, move your ass. I love you. Move. Oh my.
Kitty.
2, 3, 4.
Oh, has old girl been able to put herself out of fire?
No.
Okay, that's my turn.
All right.
Let me keep her distracted.
No, yeah, I've been calculating her fire damage too.
Fighting her while she's on fire.
Yeah. Metal as fuck up there in that building.
I'm telling you. All these shins getting kicked and crap. It's like a foot game.
She's on fire. There's this fucking cat kicking her in the shin.
Right. Stabbing her in her shoulder repeatedly.
By the way,
Alright.
odd real world interjection. It's gonna snow tomorrow.
It's gonna
Sleet
snow
is-
tomorrow.
Sleet is what I heard.
I'm looking it up right now. You got me intrigued,
It was
sir.
like 72 degrees yesterday. This is ridiculous.
This is what I'm screaming.
I quit.
She quits.
This orc here is going to spend a free action to yell at his buddy that's just holding a javelin and looking like he doesn't want to hurt anybody. And
What's wrong with you?
then let's see here. 5.
I don't see anything about
He hasn't
snow.
seen. Trying to decide if he's seen Rima cast spells or not, but she's just sustained since he's walked out. Yeah, that's fair enough. He's gonna take a swing at Flea.
Get it.
Not this guy for damn sure. Hang on. No. This guy. He's gonna be swinging at you with a dagger.
Oh shit.
Oh damn.
Oh damn!
Oh damn!
This is what
Oh,
pain
yeah.
feels like.
You make me bleed my own blood.
And that was all of his turns, his actions. This guy is swinging at Flea, also with a dagger.
Oh!
Oh,
Okay. Not a crit, but
yeah, it's a crit. It's
oh, he got it.
you got
Matt.
natural 20.
Okay.
Oh, that was the other thing I didn't read.
Yeah, natural 20, no matter what, always ups the success.
Yeah, it just increases the success.
And increases the success. So even if it's not a critical success, it now becomes a critical success. If it's a success and it's a crit, and it's a nat 20, it now becomes a critical success. If it's a fail and it's a nat 20, it now becomes a success. If it's a crit fail and it's a nat 20, it now becomes a regular fail. It just ups it by 1. Same thing with a natural 1, the opposite direction. So, second
So it's a
attack.
Good thing he
Huh?
popped that hero point then.
Yeah. That's a miss, and that's a miss. All right. This guy swinging at Flea.
My poor Flea.
That's a miss. 15,
Negative.
and that's for sure a miss. All right. And last one, Flea.
All right.
5 damage. Ooh. 19's probably a hit.
Yeah.
And a miss.
7 and 16 is what, 23?
Yes.
Plus another 5 is 28. Plus another 8 is 36. 10-4.
Are you alive?
I'm alive.
He's not looking great. He looks less than healthy, but he's still standing. Grey Tusk. Where are you at, Grey Tusk? There you are. Alright, Mr. Alexander. Let's go. Mano y mano.
This first attack's at a -2.
Neg 2. 22.
Still hits.
It's 6 piercing damage.
All right.
Second attack. That's a miss. And third attack.
Third attack miss. That second attack is a critical miss.
Okay.
So as my reaction, I am going to take opportune repose
Do it.
and make a free swing.
Do it.
Been waiting to use this move for like 3 sessions. I
The
finally get a damn
entire
reaction.
game.
Doesn't matter. I mean, it's free, so
How
Yeah.
dare.
not damage. That's about right.
Yeah.
And what about the third attack out of 20? It misses?
Yeah, I got 21 AC.
No shit. Good shit, dude. Alright. And she's still burning.
It's all that chip damage, man. It's helping.
Flea.
Boy.
You're...
All right.
It's yours.
Muster up the last dregs of my strength, and I'm gonna put one good final gollywop on Lord Nar.
Golly whop him.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
22. Break that nose.
22 points of damage on the
Oh.
gollywop.
Yeah.
He is quite winded, but he is still standing.
Whoa.
Excuse the hell out of me. What? Give it to him again.
Unfortunately, that's a miss.
All right. Here, a point. I'm rolling it again.
Do it.
Damn.
Oh,
28 more points of damage.
Just fucking.
28 points of damage.
I think that Lord hit enrage timer.
Right.
You see him. You see his eyes roll back. You slam him. You come in with your second attack. You feel like you're gonna miss. But all of a sudden, just divine intervention just kind of guides you back to where you need to be. Slams him right back in the face. You see his eyes roll back, and then just his orcish rage takes over, and he kind of snaps himself back into it, and he's barely hanging on, but it's like his natural instinct is the only thing keeping him standing.
Maya's literally too angry to die.
Man, literally too angry to die.
Well, I missed with a 3, so that's my turn.
I gotta ask this real quick. Was it a damage aspect or was it an ability that kept him up?
That's meta as shit.
Well, the reason I'm saying is because he's inspired courage right now, so he actually missed out on 4 extra points of damage.
No, that it wasn't a damage issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if that 4 would help or not.
No. I've kept up with everyone's inspired courage except Cameron's because I know he keeps up with his.
He keeps hissing this thing.
So
My man said, I ain't losing out on shit.
all right, Halathiel, your turn, sir.
Alright, so first things first, sustain spell on the Scarfy Scarf.
Just so that biscuit on it.
Is a 16 hit?
That does not hit.
Okay.
Well, who are you attacking?
It's a good question. I actually want to attack this guy.
Then yes, that does hit.
Okay.
So
it'll take 12 points of slashing, and now he has an additional 2 persistent bleed damage.
Okay.
All right.
He drops to one knee for a second, but he's still standing.
My last 2 points, I'm going to cast Hymn of Healing on Flea. So Flea,
So your inspired courage is gone, correct?
Inspire Courage is gone for this round.
Okay.
All right, so this is actually at level 2, not 1. Let's see. Heighten effect. Each is temporary +2. So you're going to gain 4. You're going to get fast healing 4, and you're going to have 4 temporary hit points.
Sweet.
Okay.
So on his turn at the start of it, he'll gain 4 HP. And that will end my turn.
All right. Alexander.
All right, going to start this out with a goading feint.
Nice.
That is 100% success. Yes, sir.
Not crit.
Not crit.
I'll
So
stomp right through it.
-2 on her next attack. Then making a swing.
Do it.
What is that, the third, fourth one I've rolled?
Yeah, about
Yeah.
that.
Oof.
Go ahead.
Was that Megas? Second
I
swing.
mean, unfortunately, that's still not a hit. But it was a good attempt.
To be fair, I'm over here getting fucking boot stomped by 3 ads, and he's in there tanking a boss.
Right?
All right.
Ugh.
Lord Nar's turn comes around. He says in common, "Really? You can surrender right now."
I'm gonna punch you.
I'm blowing a raspberry.
Oh, any more?
Huh?
Sorry, I didn't even see this guy. But he needs to make a will save.
He does?
He's within 10 feet of this guy who has calm emotions.
Well, technically, so is this guy.
Well, no, it's a 10-foot emanation, so it doesn't. I don't think it goes that far.
Oh.
Or,
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's a 10-foot burst.
Burst ship, isn't that like a one-time thing, or is it
Yes,
stay there?
sorry, that's what I just read. Yes, so never
Okay.
mind. Scratch that.
Okay.
Carry on.
Okay. All right. Lord Nar. Punchy punch. Punch on punch.
I need this.
Thank God.
He stumbles. He has become stun 1. Which means he only gets 1 more swing.
Naturally.
He made it. He count, didn't he?
He stumbled, stunned, and then just waylaid.
How you feeling, Flea?
Yeah, he's a flea.
On a scale of 1 to 50, a 3.
Well, I'm assuming that 4 absorbs some of it.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the 4, I'd be asleep.
Taking a small nap.
All right.
Shit.
This brute here is still dealing with his emotions.
I'm so conflicted right now.
Nar's looking like he's executed the second this combat is over.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That guy's dead. He's the most worthless orc I've ever seen in my whole life.
Kill the shit out of that guy.
So he still has that persistent damage as well.
Yeah, he took it. Oh, he does?
Yes, he does. He never stopped bleeding.
So after he punches Flea right in the face, he gathers everything he can, punches him in, and almost right after the blow goes through, he just collapses to the ground.
Just dies of blood loss, but he got that one last punch in.
He got that one last punch off.
That's a manly man right there.
Possibly the rudest
I
thing
may
ever.
die, but I'm gonna break your nose.
All right. Rima, it is your turn, ma'am.
Did he die from persistent damage?
Yes, he
Okay.
did.
Full meta. Go ahead and throw it all out there. The only reason he didn't die from your hit is because of the orcish passive.
Ferocity. Oh my god.
So as
I
soon as he
probably
took another,
overkilled him.
you overkilled him. Yes. But because he has Orcus Ferocity, he instead was reduced to 1, and then bleed damage finished him off.
Pretty metal way to go, though.
Yeah, it is.
I gotta give that a round of applause.
It's like the most perfect, beautifully storied thing right there.
That is fuck.
Well,
Awesome. I actually appreciate that didn't get cheesed. Fucking A.
So I'm gonna spend an action to hold on. Yeah. I'm gonna spend an action to sustain. To sustain Bladed Scarf. I'm letting Calm Emotions drop.
Okay.
But Bladed Scarf is going to attack that guy.
Do it.
Well, Bladed Scarf is going to attempt to attack that guy.
Yeah, Blade Scarf hadn't been rolling so great. Let's
Bladed
find out.
Maybe
Maybe
it's get dropped if it rolls another 12.
maybe it gets motivated. Oh yeah, there you go.
He got motivated.
Uh-oh.
Wolf drop.
Yeah. All right.
Bye, Wolf.
Bye, Wolfie.
It's my shit. Why do I have every spell I have fully expanded? What have I been doing?
I've just been recasting the spell over again, so I can just push the buttons.
Yeah.
Push a button.
Yeah, even if it says 2 actions, I do understand that it's just a
That's
sustain
a stain.
action. Yeah,
Boop. For 5 points of damage. Of chaotic damage. Why not?
And as the scarf whips through the orc, doing the anime decapitation style, where it just the scarf whips through, and then all of a sudden the head just slides off the shoulders. A couple seconds later.
Decapitation.
And then I'm gonna use my other 2 actions to
Frickin' metal.
to heal Flea using the heal spell. And
He might get to live this combat after all.
He might. I mean, it was.
It's a little touch and go there. We'll see.
Damn, I shorted myself damage on that damage roll. I rolled a
He's
D6
happy he
instead of
has
a D8.
friends.
Anyhow, Flea, heal for 13 points.
Oh, thank Jesus.
There you go.
You're
And-
damn this. When I put my hit points and stuff in these bubbles up here, can you see it?
No, I cannot.
Tempo.
That's fine though. All right. I usually keep track of y'all's HP on another screen. That's your turn.
That's it. I've used all 3
Alright.
actions.
All right. we got this guy here is going to take a swing at Flea.
Why is everybody always picking on me?
To be fair, I'm just standing in the corner casting shit. Nobody's really noticed. Just a black guy in a black cloak in the dark corner casting shit.
Six. That's all
Yeah.
misses.
Always. He might get to live.
He might get to.
I better hope he
Alright.
does.
This guy pops out,
Trying.
kind of sees what's going on, and that's 10, 15, 20, 25, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and he starts cranking on the gate.
Now that I know how spells work, if he doesn't, Vegeta's coming in on the next game. Final flash.
Yes. All right, that guy is dead. This guy is also swinging at Flea. Any of that?
Nah.
Yeah. All right. Gray Tusk is up. All right, Vam. Back to our one-on-one.
Yep. -2 on the first one.
All right, -2 on the first one. We got a
Jesus.
Yep.
Jesus.
26 to hit.
Yep. That tickles.
All right, second and third.
Miss.
All of those are misses. 1 point of still being on fire because she's a bad bitch. And
Doesn't
fights
even
through
care.
puny shit like fire. And back to Flea.
Go ahead and heal for 4, Flea.
Heal yourself for 4. And
Fine.
gain 4 temporary hit points.
Is that every turn?
It said every turn.
Cool.
Yes.
I ain't arguing with free
As long
health.
as long as I sustain it, you're going to get 4 temp HP, and you have fast healing 4. So you'll get the 4
Wait.
temp on my turn.
Hang on. When you cast a spell and each time you sustain the spell, the target gains. Yeah, okay. So you don't get the 4 temp HP now. That happens on his turn if he sustains it. But you do heal 4.
It's a weird teeter
All right.
totter. Your turn,
a
you
weird
heal
teeter-totter.
4. My turn, you get 4 temp.
Yeah.
All right. Gollywop dude in the back.
Which one?
That I don't know if that worked.
This one?
Yeah.
All right. 26 to hit. You punch. You're a little pissed off at this point, so you end up punching straight through his skull. And you're like, oh.
Squelching sounds.
That's not exactly what I was aiming for, but, you know.
All right. And shits and giggles, I'm going to take a second swing at the dude next to him.
Do it. That is a hit, and actually, that is enough.
Yay! I helped.
Considering you and 2 bladed scarfs just 3v this whole group.
All of a sudden, just mowed everything down.
Damn, bleed scarf was splendor time. What? It's rude.
I'm not complaining right now.
I'm not either. I'd have
If
to
mine
take
could
it.
have hit, we would have been sweet. But haven't actually hit with my scarf yet.
You did hit just
decapitated.
last turn.
Oh, that's right.
You dealt a fuck ton of damage to Nar and decapitated one. So 2 out of 4 that ain't bad.
I kind of forgot about those. Fucking 12s are pissing me off.
Drugs.
Flea, I do believe you have one action left.
I stick my tongue out at the guy that's still holding on to his shaft.
Oh, he's not holding on to it anymore.
Well, you
He's
haven't done
free.
anything else with it yet.
Do
Oh,
not
he's free.
do not forget there is now a orc over here
At the gate.
opening the gate.
Oh, I
Oh.
was aware of that guy.
I'm aware of that guy. I got a sweet ass Jesus beam waiting for his ass.
That's all I can do then.
All right. Halathiel.
All right, so I'm going to sustain him a healing. So,
Okay, so
Flea will
Flea.
get 4 temp HP.
4 temp HP.
I am going to sustain. Actually, I'm going to inspire courage now.
I was about to say, yeah, Inspire Courage had fallen off.
Yes, so I have inspired courage, and now I'm going to sustain the scarf.
Okay.
27 to hit this guy.
That guy there. That
Yeah.
is a critical hit, sir.
For 26
Nice.
slashing damage.
How do you want that to happen?
Alright, so I'm over here singing hymns that are just making people feel refreshed. I pick up the tempo, everyone's starting to get inspired, and then I hit a power rift. The scarf cuts a trail across the ground, flicks up at the last second, and splits him from groin to head. And he just falls down.
Oh, yeah. Gruesome.
Rude.
Killed the
And
lady.
now there is no targets within range, so I cannot use my scarf anymore.
I killed the wrong thing anyway.
It's
You
okay.
killed the
Killed-
scarf.
Killed the scarf.
Die scarf. Collateral damage.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Well, he doesn't have to worry about the persistent bleed anymore.
That's right.
Alright, that's my turn. I'm done.
All right. Alexander,
Get inspired.
you are inspired, sir.
Now you can roll a 12.
Yeah, right. So we'll keep up this same song and dance with her. Goading Faint.
All right. Go for it. Success. Regular success.
Alright. And then taking a slash.
That is a hit. Everything's calculated in, including Inspire Courage. You looking?
Yeah, it is. It is. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay. All right.
And then second swing. Probably not.
That's a miss. But you do get one good slash across her gut. Blood starting to appear through her armor and her shoulder now. Is that your turn, sir?
And after that, we'll go kind of spin, get back in defensive position. Be like, oh, I think our plan's coming along quite nicely, don't you think?
Who are you talking to?
Talking to her.
Fortus. She spoke common to
Oh.
him once already.
That's
yeah,
right.
they've been doing a sword and dance routine
Yeah.
up there.
Oh yeah, we are literally dancing right now. This is the most poetic battle I've ever been a part of.
I gotta say, that probably actually saved the combat, because were she able to rain arrows down,
It would have been bad.
it could have been bad. Alright, this guy's not in the combat rotation anymore. Oh yeah, Halathiel just freaking murder hoboed this guy real hard.
Sorry.
Alright, Reba, your turn.
Sustain blades, the spiritual weapon,
Okay.
and move it to right here.
Okay.
And it is going to attack. And it just might hit.
Hopefully. Let's see.
Inspired.
You are inspired.
That is without
Yes.
inspiration.
That is against flat-footed. That is a critical.
That's exciting. I don't know what that does. I've never rolled a critical.
You just roll your damage and it's doubled. Yep.
New high
Yeah.
score? What does that mean?
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. I have to actually open it and see. I feel special. Let's see. Okay. I'll roll a D6 again. Let's see. I'm going to roll a D8.
Excuse me.
Roll. 5.
So 12 points of damage.
As 12 points of damage, yes.
Oh.
Poor Rima.
For my next attraction, since I'm entertainment at this point,
It does knock him off of the wheel, and he's holding aside and kind of breathing heavy, and he looks at you, mixed between
30.
fear and anger. And how would you like to finish it off?
Jesus.
frustrated that my scarf is just like scratching at people. I in a very aggravated manner, cast Divine Lance and just beam the shit out of him, sending his body flying away from the lever.
He is now a scorch mark across the the wooden wall palisade there.
No,
Davis.
Father, you're gonna destroy the planet. Oh, that's good stuff.
That's all
For the
three of my actions.
for the first time, all right. So for the first time here, Grey Tusk looks at you with not so much anger or first time she looks at you with respect. Not like a actual, not like quarry. She looks at you with respect, and she says, "You're on a fool's errand. Even if you could beat Lord Nar, there's no way the master will let you live." And she, at that point, swings it, reassumes her stance, and comes at you. -2 on this,
Miss.
and
Hit.
10 points of damage. She's still burning. There it is. All right. And Flea, your turn.
Can I hear them scuffling in there?
Well, the roof is caught pretty good fire. It is stone walls, but you do know that Alexander went. Actually, you don't. But yes, you do know there is commotion going on at the top of the tower. Like you can visibly see commotion at the top of the tower.
I've got 3 uses of 25 feet. That's 75. Can I make it to them?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. 55 gets you to his exact location.
Cool. That's all 3 actions.
Now, you can't occupy his space, so you want to be to the right of her? south of her. You can't see, so I'll put you in the room. You can decide where you want to be.
Okay, cool. There we go.
That is technically 60 points of movement, but where Alexander is at is 55. So you were at 55 when you got to Alexander's location.
I'll stop there.
And then
That's it.
Don't forget to heal your 4.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the turn.
Halathio, you are at the bottom of the stairs. You cannot actually see them where you're at, but
Well,
you hear
there was
muffled.
a screaming green thing that flew past me.
Yeah, there is a
I'm going
literal
that way.
bullet, and you can hear the clashing of swords and muffled tones.
First, I'm going to sustain my Hymn of Healing, so Flea gets 4 temporary HP.
Yay.
Then I'm going to move up here. 5,
Which is
10, and I don't know what's going on here.
Does that replace or is it cumulative?
it would replace if you took damage. You always take.
I really don't know Pathfinder rules. I know
Okay,
in 5e it replaces. Oh, I moved Alexander somehow.
Yeah, I saw that.
Switch
That
places
wasn't
with him. Okay, so I'm going to get up here. And then for my action, I'm going to attempt to persuade. The big fat one's dead, and all the little ones are dead, and you should surrender now.
Okay. On her turn, she would give you a response.
Do I need
Is
to
that
make
all for you?
a roll for my persuasion?
Actually, she can use a reaction because I don't think she has any actual reactive shit anyway. But she'll use reaction and say, my fight is to the death, either way.
Okay.
Oh, so I don't need to roll for the skill I was trying to use?
No, you do not.
Oh, well, that's fun. Cool. All right. That's the end of my turn.
Alexander.
Alexander spits a bit of blood on the floor. So, don't mind a few extra partners join our dance.
Damn, you're really exceeding first date expectations.
And Goading Faint.
Don't worry, I'm just here to play background music for them.
Go.
It's like the band's
Good.
arrived. What are you talking
The
about?
band's here.
That's it.
That is a fail, sir.
Oh, okay.
She saw that one coming. You went for the fake, and she's caught wise to the shin kick there. She moved the shin out of the way a little bit.
Like, how is she looking?
Huh?
How is she looking?
Believe it or not, she's actually still looking pretty healthy.
Okay.
From the moment you walked in, she is a little less than half. She is a little, yeah, like she's definitely swinging at about half speed. She's got blood trickling down her now. She's about half the woman you first started fighting.
Okay.
She's a trickle pickle.
I'm going to go and make a swing.
That is a hit. That brings her to where you finally see her actually falter a bit during all of this combat, and you see for the first time what looks like possible fear in her eyes.
Okay, let's go for it, right?
Go D.
Going to try to do confident finisher.
Yeah.
That 2D. That 2D6.
Damn.
Ah.
So
Yep.
she does take she doesn't take all the damage, but she does take 2d6.
All right. 2d6. Do it. All right. And fire damage. No, not her turn. All right. Rima, your turn.
Can I make out anything going on in the guard tower from down here?
You can see, you can actually, from where you're at, you can visibly see inside the tower, which is essentially Alexander fighting Grey Tusk. You see them going back and forth. You see Flea has joined the conflict. He is starting to flank Grey Tusk with Alexander. And you see Halathiel has ran in there. You can't actually see him where you're at, but you know he's made it up there.
Can see her.
You can see her, yes.
Snake.
How would you like to do this?
Yes.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Look, Rena looked around and realized she was the only one down here. Was like, no, I am not the ground source here. Literally, like she looks around, she's like, oh shit, I'm by myself. Shit, I'm by myself. Looked up there, only sees one person up there, and she's like, it can't hurt anybody.
Just to show you the room from where, just give you an idea, there was actually nobody in your line of fire.
That's hilarious.
I mean, you can't see, but I'm gonna put you directly at the angle you were at, which is this is where your Jesus beam would have hit, if it in a straight line.
That's hilarious. Yeah, literally just looked up there. Was like, no, no, no. We have other shit to do.
And she takes the Jesus beam to the head, almost smiling. She looks at you. She looks at Alexander as she drops, and just just drops to the ground.
Poops in her pants.
Go ahead and everybody get a hero extra. Well, session's almost over, so we'll say everybody can start with an extra hero point next session.
Yeah.
Everybody will start with 2.
Sweet. I'm just gonna go ahead and add it.
Badass combat, and that is in fact the end of combat.
Yay!
So,
to hell with all my spells. I need heal and Jesus beam.
Heal,
So-
Jesus beam, and ribbons. Don't
Ribbons
forget
does-
ribbons.
Ribbons is good, but I would be okay with heal and Jesus beam.
so
Nah, ribbons does some good shit. That calm emotions, man.
That calm
Calm
emotions
emotions
helped
is-
a lot.
freaking crazy. That is
Like-
such a strong spell.
Our poor Flea would probably have died without that calm emotions. That neg 1 kept from taking
Still might.
1 extra hit.
'Cause-
Since combat's over, I have one more round of Hymn of Healing, so Flea, go ahead and heal 8 points.
All right, what level are you guys?
3.
Tress.
3.
From the beginning of the session, we had 492 XP.
Yeah. I'm pulling it up. I gotta pull up my chart.
Chart. got my notes out, boss man.
So we had
Guys, they just thanked the boss.
You did.
you did
tanked the boss.
that was super impressive actually. All right, so for this one it is that's 100 XP for the regular orcs.
Okay.
100.
For Grey Tusk, that is 40 XP. And for Lord Gnarl, that is 60 XP.
So
And then
200.
200 XP. And then gotta make sure, because I don't know if y'all get some for that encounter or not. Let me pull it back up. Negative. So 200 XP.
Cool.
Sweet sauce.
All right. And what would y'all like to do?
Loot
There's
bodies.
a battlefield full of corpses.
I definitely want to go pick out that stick and see what's going on with it.
That grape
So
club.
yeah. So I think we'll probably see what we can restock of our resources from off of their bodies. And then I think we need to go check out this tower in the corner with the blue curtain.
Let me pull up because I just closed this shit for some
Because
reason.
that seemed to be a stronghold. I'm thinking there could be like a dormitory type situation. There could be more useful shit in there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's start with who's looting corpses. I know Flea ran straight to
Oh, stick.
the stick.
Yeah. I'll say I was probably going to start with this guy by the lever, by the gate, because he's the closest thing to me.
I'm looking at this chick right here who's dead in the ground. I'm sure Alexander's as well.
Alexander's looking for Rima, see if she has some bandages on her.
I mean, I don't even know what you look like right now. You better come on down out of your tower.
I was working my way down.
Okay, I'm looting her then.
Okay. On her, she has a composite longbow.
Let me pick my notes up. Any day now. Oh, wait. What the hell? Well, that's something. I can't actually pull that up. I'll get something to write, I guess. I don't want to use that book. Alright, so she had a composite
Longbow. 39 arrows. A short sword. And some studded leather, which the studded leather, even through all of this combat, looks like it is undamaged.
You need to use the cantrip to detect magic.
It is magical.
That was the only thing that was magical on her.
That is the only thing that was magical on her or in this room.
Excellent. Now I'm going to go outside.
All right. And Rima, the one that you started on. Why did I close that page? Man. All right. There it is. He has really shoddy made breastplate. He has 3 javelins and 2 orc knuckle daggers.
all that shit there.
Okay. Which, if that's pretty much what all the regular orcs had.
Heal for 10. Yeah.
Thanks. Are you just the version or the? Are you healing or like spell healing me?
No, spell heal.
Flea, the stick is definitely a really nice stick. It's the best stick you've ever seen.
I knew it was a good stick.
I've only used
What's the range on detect magic?
The range of detect. I can't tell you because I can't pull up my character page for whatever reason.
My other two are
I think
level
I can.
6, but I can just sustain them.
I think it's like a 30-foot
Everything else I've done is
emanation.
cantrips.
Character sheet.
It is a 30-foot emanation.
So no, you would not. That's all. That's the only magic you saw. But yeah, as a super nice stick you got there.
Real nasty.
It's a big stick.
I got the stick and I'm looking at the curtain door.
Now remember, the stick wasn't actually on his person. So.
Yeah,
Right.
It was off on the ground.
Nah.
So I sword and stone that dude. Yeah, stick.
You sure did. Well, he kind of did to himself, but yeah.
All right.
So,
No, I mean I had to pull it out of the ground.
Lord Nar's pockets.
What'd you say?
Anyone dig through Lord Nar's pockets?
Anyway?
I have not yet.
Okay,
I
then
was
I'm gonna
kinda-
go there afterwards.
Just know there's gonna be like a dead mouse or something in there.
I'll throw it to you since you're always.
I would come over here, like right in the group of the corpses, and just do a detect magic here.
You detect magic on the stick. Flea's new big stick.
Flea, your
Yeah.
stick has magical emanations coming off of it.
Am I gonna get sick?
It's a magic stick, yes.
Is it gonna make me sick?
Is it going to make you sick?
Yeah.
Probably
I'll make you
not,
sick,
but
buddy.
I couldn't tell you exactly. All I know is it's magical of nature. Could be
Oh.
cursed, but I really doubt it, seeing as how Big Boy was swinging it around.
I could smell like him. That would be bad.
You could, yes. That is also a possibility.
You want it?
No, I have no use for a big stick like that. You
Oh.
see, I have these frail, delicate frame, and swinging around a big stick's just not good for me. Speaking of which, I have magic leather studded stuff I can't even wear. Would anyone like this?
The kitty man's pants is looking kind of torn.
I feel like if I was to wear this, it would not fit me because of slim, delicate frame.
Where are the kitties?
Meow.
Kitty.
Completely unnecessary, Flea.
So that was rude, sir.
Don't call
Alexander,
me
would
sir.
you be interested in this studded leather?
He's looking to see. While he's looking to see, Rima, you find on Lord Nar, he has 2 hatchets on his person. He is wearing hide armor, and he has a bronze key tied to a lanyard around his neck.
Taking that bronze key, throwing everything else on the ground.
Why would a bronze key wore around an orc's neck be like remotely important?
Especially one named like Lord Nar for whatever reason.
With a magic stick.
With a magic stick.
I'm taking this key. It's going to unlock something I want. Or something I don't want, but something that we're going to need to unlock. My spidey senses tell me we're going to need this key.
Whether I want it or not, this is what unlocks it.
Well, Hathio, you sure you don't want it? It's pretty light.
Yes, I'm pretty sure I couldn't wear it even if I tried.
Well, there you go.
No, I'm okay.
He has his loincloth. He's fine.
Oops, wrong button.
Rima?
Alexander just shucks his pants right here in the middle of the yard.
I personally would love to have it, but unfortunately just couldn't.
Full party boy over there.
But are you not even proficient with light armor?
It has a strength requirement of 12. Meta. I have a 10.
No.
Oops.
Oh, damn.
I gotta learn these buttons better.
Thank you, Vish.
Yeah, you already saw yours too.
Oh, did I?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
Miss
he
Squirrel?
swung
Every
with
time
it.
he swung.
Oh,
Or
did
the-
you really?
When I swung with it.
Well, the only thing that I noticed that you posted that maybe you didn't intend to was I noticed that first time old girl took a pot shot, I saw volley under there, and I was like, well, that's a bad word.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was the composite longbow, which again, I can't even use. Why? Because it uses strength.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and post that for you too, that I never got to use.
Sorry, not sorry.
No regrets.
Oh, it is a +1 great.
Yep, plus one
Is
great
that,
club.
is that a +1 medium great club?
Don't think so. Yeah, he is considered a medium creature.
Cool, so I can't use it.
Oh, you're a small creature?
I'm a
Ooh.
goblin. So magic stick is being drug across the ground.
It is a super great club in the hands of Flea. So, Alexander, did you want the leather?
I mean, I will take it if no one else wants it. I won't say no to it.
Doesn't really suit my fancy.
I hand it over.
How many suits of fancy do you have?
You don't know what's in my trunks.
Well, I've already spoiled the magic, so you can add that to your stats, I suppose.
Right.
So,
Trust me, it is on the
consider
list of
party?
things to do. Is to bump. I did not realize armor required strength in order to wear.
I had neither. That's dope.
Yeah. So now I'm thinking, well, shit. Now I gotta start thinking about putting strength on my dex-based character just so I can wear the best freaking leather armor.
Solomon Grundy.
What pants too?
Yep, I'm stuck wearing regular leather because that's a strength requirement of 10. Which tells me the farmer down the road can't wear leather armor.
I mean, the farmer down the road probably can wear leather armor.
I don't know, he probably
I'll
has
say
an
he probably-
8.
He probably a farmer probably has a 10.
Alright, that weaver down the road can't
Nah,
wear
he
leather.
can't. He can't wear that fucking leather.
just know in your heart though he can't afford it. So I'm rude. Yes.
Are we going to check out this building here as well?
I think that was the plan.
Oh, and are you going to patch up Alexander so he's not bleeding all over the place?
I did.
Okay. How long did
A
that
little
take
better.
you to do?
Oh, I used a spell for it.
Oh.
You heal max for spells outside of combat. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Oh, in that case, heal for 6 more, Cameron. Yeah, I forgot you said that last session.
Yeah. Spell slots are too
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 valuable.
precious.
too precious. If you're gonna spend a spell slot outside of combat, you get maximum effect.
Yeah, I really wasn't sure like how much time we actually had, so I was like, nope, just cast him a spell. It'd be all right.
The reason I'm asking is because if we at least spent 10 minutes, I was going to compose and get my special point back.
No, if we're out here and there doesn't seem to be any more signs of anyone coming at us, if you say that we can attempt to DM this, I will spend time actually performing medicine to heal Alexander.
Oh yeah, no, it's dead silent out here. No.
All right.
Well, if she starts whipping out bandages, I whip out a quill.
You have the book. How does medicine work? You have taken the book away again.
Sorry.
First, you do a d6 damage to him.
I'm not doing risky surgery.
Why?
Risky surgery. I like
He's
it.
got plenty of hit points right now.
Yeah, but you okay.
I may. Hold on. Risky surgery working with.
All right. For the treat. What? Yes.
Hold on. Let me read about risky surgery because I might just be doing surgery on you.
With her elbows.
I mean, the worst case scenario, I hurt you for as much as I heal you.
And then spells.
Yeah.
And then I still have a heal spell left.
Yes.
Let's try it. We're doing risky surgery out here.
All right. Did the heal thing go off first?
No,
Yeah.
I have to do the risky surgery. I mean, my spell went off first.
Okay.
Yeah, I did that first. No. This is in addition to the spell. So, step 1, I'm going to make a small incision. This is me talking to you as I'm doing this. I'm going to make a small incision. Don't worry, I've done this before.
Why don't we just use the other incisions that are already in here?
That's your butt's hole.
I am a medical professional. Well, actually, I'm a barber, but I do have some skill healing things.
What?
If you're fine.
I imagine like, wait, what? Slice?
Dr. Barber.
You'll see, only 1 point of damage.
It's kind
Okay, now tell me about how to use medicine
of.
to treat wounds.
Is that in character?
What is your what's your skill at?
What do you mean?
Like what's your skill rank in medicine?
My proficiency?
Yes.
Expert.
If you want, you could attempt so the normal check is a DC 15. But because you're an expert, you can try a DC 20 check, and I would heal the normal amount plus an extra 10.
No, because if she rolls a 15 on the basic check, because she used risky surgery, it's considered a crit. So you do 46.
Yeah.
48.
Is it 48? 48.
And then, but if you pass a DC 20 check, if you call it beforehand, that the person heals an additional 10. I'm not that badly hurt after your spell, by the way.
We're just going to do regular
Yeah.
treat wounds.
I mean,
that is a 26 because of risky surgery. So that's a critical success, correct? Because it's 11 points over the DC.
10 points. Yeah, 10 points is critical. So
Okay.
yeah, that's critical.
So what does a critical success do?
It's
48.
Okay.
It's a double critical technically, but they don't have a rule for that. So
Right. You crit the crit.
yeah, you crit the crit.
4d8. 13 more points of healing.
13.
And that only took 10 minutes of time.
That's the most jankiest set of rolls. It's a 6, a 5, a 1, and a 1. It's like badass and shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that's how I'm rolling tonight. So
That's it. It's
kind of
feast
hard
or
to force.
famine for your dice. What do you roll to hit? Either 30 or 12.
Exactly. What about damage? 2 or 19? Healing. 1 or 13?
It's literally a 2 or an 11. You just take your pick.
So, anyways, it's almost 1 o'clock. Are we gonna call it, or are we gonna continue?
uh,
Our DM has to work in the morning.
we do, but the direction you are going shouldn't take too long. We can finish up that part.
Okay.
What about
through
in
the
this
blue
room?
curtain, guys?
Yeah, through the curtain. When you walk through the curtain, so in the center of this wooden hut is a massive stone throne, crudely carved with howling orc faces. The chair is clearly intended to intimidate. Flanking it on the walls of the hut are 2 massive leather canvases featuring simplistic paintings. On the left is an image of a mountain peak with an orc head howling up at it from a great cavern at the mountain's heart. On the right is the image of a tall, slender woman with black hair. Her ears suggest she is elven or half elven. In one hand, she holds a large beaker overflowing with green liquid. In the other, she holds naked fire. At the back wall, you can make out a curtain partly concealing an opening into the cliff face.
I cast detect magic.
Let me check.
That's where I'd put a key.
You do detect magic.
Who are you swiping at?
Where is it emanating from?
The throne.
Oh, the intimidating throne is magical.
Can I look around it, see if I see a rune or something like that?
Yeah, give me a perception check. Are you looking? You're inspecting the throne?
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a perception check. Okay. You notice that that one of the orc faces carved into the throne, the eyes actually look like 2 buttons.
Button.
Muffin button? And I'll go, well, I think I see a couple of buttons.
So how was your surgery?
Not bad, actually. It was a lot
Push
better.
the button. I'll just stand over here.
Button.
You pressing the buttons?
I press buttons.
Oh, Jesus.
When you press the 2 buttons, hellfire rains from the sky. No.
We're
No, when you press both buttons, actually, a compartment opens up at the seat of the throne, and it contains a bag, and 3 scrolls.
Don't kind of open the bag like that, away from me.
In the bag is some gold and a looks like a jewel of some kind.
I'll go pick up the scrolls. Rima, Palacio.
I'll look at it.
I'll look at some too.
With your what's y'all's basic arcane?
I don't know. Can't pull up my character sheet. She's irritating me.
So 10.
Yes.
let's see here.
I never claimed to be proficient in scrolls. Not that kind of caster.
Yeah, but you may not
Hey,
even have to roll.
it's
Like, what's
it
your
loaded.
what's your bonus?
My bonus is 0 on Arcana.
On Arcana?
Same.
Yes.
Also 0? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
we're not those kind of casters.
Not those kind of casters. Cool. Well, then, let's see here. Religion will work as well on a couple of them.
Now you're speaking my language.
Actually,
And then y'all can give me an Arcana roll to see on the third
Okay.
one.
For the religion, what do you want?
What's your bonus for religion?
8.
You're 8, so you're 18 basic.
Yeah.
Yeah, you automatically understand 2 of the scrolls. One of them is a scroll of restoration, and the other one is a scroll of heal, 2nd level.
Okay. Stick those in my belt hole.
And then if you'd like to roll an Arcana check for the third, you may.
oh, I was supposed to be trained in Arcana. Why am I not trained in Arcana?
13.
Poor Halathiel, he's over drooling in the corner.
Well, I mean, I'm actually got a +7 on my character sheet that I put together on my phone. I don't know why I don't have it here.
Yeah, I'm trying to find skills. Rima, you get it either way as a scroll of soundburst.
And I'm supposed to be trained in occultism and nature. Not religion. No, I am trained in religion. I'm missing a lot of trainings on this page.
Okay.
Bards.
You said strong heal 2.
Yeah. Freaking bards.
And you
I don't even see where you find.
I'm supposed to be trained in
There it is.
Arcana.
What was that other scroll, Morgan? The second one that from religion? I got
Yeah, you have a +7, sir. You naturally knew of the scroll of soundburst.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's on your character sheet. I don't know why it's not showing up on yours.
Oh, because I'm looking at Alexander.
Rima, what
I was
were
just
you?
like, what the hell did my thing just increase? Why?
That's because I'm in
Stop
your
messing with my
character
character
sheet.
sheet.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I still can't pull mine up.
What was your question, Rima?
Those first 2. It was the scroll of heal level 2, and what was the other one?
Scroll of restoration.
I think I have a backup of my character sheet.
Yeah, I just put those on my side, and I'm like, if we need these later, they'll be easy to get to.
Okay. So I have a 17 in Arcana, a 17 in occultism, 15 in nature, and 15 in religion.
Yeah.
So does this do anything? And I hold up the pretty gem.
I don't know anything about that.
It looks shiny.
So that looks like Halathiel's expertise.
Maybe. Let me look at my skills.
I'm looking at your skills. I'm trying to see society, or your society is enough to know that is a sapphire. Either actually, even your society is enough to know that's a sapphire.
Okay.
Alexander. Yeah. A flawed sapphire. So it's not the nicest sapphire you ever seen, but it is a sapphire.
So what's the Arcana scroll?
It is scroll of soundburst.
Scroll of Soundburst.
And then at the bottom of the compartment is a tiny straw doll.
Voodoo.
Love that voodoo that you do.
pick it up.
Rima looks at that. She's like,
It has actual black hair attached to for the hair.
It's all yours. Don't look at me.
That there be a gree.
Yeah, it is yours. Hair is nuh-uh.
With a basic 17 in occultism, is that a voodoo doll?
That is, while it looks similar to a voodoo doll, is definitely not a voodoo doll.
Child's toy.
So what would I need to attempt to understand what that is?
Literally nothing.
Cool.
It's a doll.
It's a doll.
It's just a doll. Okay. Orcs are weird. Got it.
To put that back.
Calathil, are you keeping that other scroll?
I can hold on to it unless you want it.
Oh no, I have that spell. I have no need for a scroll that does this thing.
Okay, I will keep it then. It may come in handy later. Or I'll die, whichever one.
One or the other. If you die, I will make sure it does not fall into our enemy's hands.
Excellent. I'll try to die far away from them.
It makes me so sad.
Uh,
I'll be sure to die over there.
I'll be sure to die in the corner.
That's a good teammate. If you die, I will loot your body so the enemies don't get your shit.
And
Preach.
we are coming up to like the final countdown here, so we're gonna go ahead and call the session there for the night.
Her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, excellent combat, guys.
We
Hey, we
lived.
planned a thing and we executed it.
Yeah.
Nobody
and we
dropped.
survived.
No one dropped.
Nobody dropped. That's good.
Two of us got close.
Yeah, there was
One closer
some
than the other, but
there were some cheek clenchers.
like a stiff wind would have knocked
There-
it over.
Hey,
There was a moment where we could have sung "Living by a Prayer."
I'll say, Calathil with the healing aura kept everybody's asses off the ground.
That was
Speaking of healing, just before we end the session, can I get a lick of that
Risky
surgery?
surgery.
I could use
Kind of-
some more
Kind of
practice.
bleeding everywhere right now.
Okay.
Hey, you're bleeding everywhere. It's almost full health for me. I just want you to know.
Hey, another one.
The little
nice. So,
That's fair though, Blood.
Damn.
To be totally honest with you.
and another crit for the crit.
So another 48, right?
Yes.
Yep. 21.
Oh,
That's
there's
the
some
rolls.
healing.
unless you want to spend an hour doing it, then double that.
I don't think he needs a double.
No, I'm all sutured up. Thanks.
Zip, zip, zip.
See, Alexander, I told you, I'm skilled at this.
Oh yeah, your needlework is very impressive.
For a barber.
It's very good.
This is also why she probably can't wear the leather. She's also good at weaving.
Unfortunately,
Flesh.
all she knows how to do is a bowl cut.
I might be a great barber. You don't know.
You don't know.
You see how meticulously well groomed I am. Don't think question me.
Meticulous.
All right, viewers. Well, we are calling it for the night, but thank you for everybody who watched. We appreciate you, and now that the holidays are over, we should be back on more of a. I'm not gonna say regular. I'm not gonna say regular streaming schedule
A more
because
regular schedule.
yeah, a more regular schedule because our schedule's not very regular as it is. So
We try real hard.
we do.
Just have like real life shit all the time.
Yeah, and if you caught it halfway, check us out on YouTube, Swampmages Gaming, on YouTube as well, and I mean, leave some advice in the comments. I mean, come on, if there's something we can do to make your experience better, you want to see more cameras, you want to see more map, what you want, let us know.
Also, we're always open to new ideas. If you've got a modular you might want to see in the future, drop us a little message, comment. We'd love
For
to hear
sure.
it.
Hell, if you've got any kind of game you want us to play in the future, drop us a comment.
Yeah,
One
we
of
do
us
more.
will probably pick that shit up.
we got all different kinds of interest in this group.
Mhm.
So yeah, just check it out, guys.
Thanks.
And thanks again. Stay swampy.
Bye.
Stay swamp.
Solar bathing again.